Let's start this. It sounds like people can hear me, so yeah, let's start pulling up maps and then we'll start talking about this game. I figure people will come in who just don't know what diplomacy is or anything about it. So I've got the basic rules in like a link, and well, I'll probably be repeating myself a few times. That's the nature of live commentary. So yeah, okay. For those of you who don't know, I'm thirdmunky. I normally do things on Twitch that are not Imperial Diplomacy, but we're here. Um, so this is going to be an AAR from yesterday's game of this Blitz Imperial Diplomacy. So we have like 20 minutes of phase, basically, which is very fast by diplomacy standards, and we are just trying to run through as much of a single game as we can in one day. Um, in this in this one, I'm playing as Ming. So for the most part, I will be like zoomed in here, and I'll be looking here. And if people from other parts of the world chime in or want to come join and talk about things, then we can figure that out live, and we might talk about more of the world if that happens. But I don't know. I have no expectations, so we'll just see what happens. We'll talk about the game. I don't know, and depending on how many people show up and how much I have to say, we might go for longer or shorter. And yeah, that's it. Okay, so how this thing started, I was not supposed to be in this game. I signed up, but probably too late, and also my reputation's kind of shit because I subbed out of B1S. So I kind of wasn't expecting to be getting a slot here, and I didn't. So I just signed up as a substitute. I figured I'd wait. The last couple times we've been waiting for substitutes before starting the games, and I've just been spectating. So I was like, if I don't get substitute position at the beginning of the game, I'll just swap to spectator. I'll go back to bed, and it's like 4 a.m. or whatever. I can just wake up later and watch the rest of the game or watch the commentary. In this case, the YouTube commentary is gone from the commentators. They didn't record audio, so yeah, I don't know. We've got KOP's recording and maybe this and whoever else does an AAR for just a review of what happened in the game. But yeah, so the key point there is I joined at the very last minute, right? So I signed up as a substitute because someone didn't show up on time for the game, which means I had no idea what country I was going to play, and I had no time to make strategy. So if you look at the voids of people who were playing this game, maybe I can. If you look at the voids of people who are playing this game, there's just a ton of content from before the game starts. Maybe if you look at the colonials, it'll be more obvious. Oh my gosh, lots and lots of content. So if you don't know Imperial Diplomacy, there's channels. We're playing diplomacy, so there's channels between all the pairs of powers. 24 powers on this sphere and in the board. Plus everyone gets a void, which is a place that they can write to that no other power can see. And this is the Spanish void, for example, and they found on the 20th, which is 2 days before. Right, so they have plenty of time to talk tactics and what they want to do, who they want to fight, who they want to be allied with, just in sort of a neutral sense of the word. I mean, I don't think that they're saying all right, 100%, let's end Ute or whatever. They're just just generally let's agree on what we think is good and what general main lines and plans are. I got to do none of that, so I'm joining this game 5 minutes before it starts, and everyone is like, what do you want to do? I gotta look at the map. I have no idea. Yeah, I think a few people commented about it and press that I was just kind of playing by the seat of my pants, and that was very much true. Yeah, so let's start by looking at the Ming starting position. There's this. I guess we can talk about each of the neighbors in turn. Excuse me. The kind of key dynamics, I think, are this triangle between the Ming, the Qing, and the Tokugawa, and this other triangle between the Mughals, the Ming, and the Ayutthaya player. And then there's some stuff to do with the colonials here, like Portugal, Dutch, and Spain. So these guys are here, and they also have presences here as well. So there's the Dutch again, and Portugal, and the Dutch and Portugal, and the England player. So yeah, these are the people who I largely interact with along with Russia for the game. And okay, so yeah, so these are the two main ones. So starting off here, I talked to both Ching and Toku. Um, Ching has come into this game with like a hard plan. Hey, Ginger. Hey, Ginger. Um, we are just like starting to talk about the first phase of the game. I don't remember if you said if you knew anything about diplomacy, but I included a link to the rules. So like exclamation mark rules has rules. And this is like a variant of diplomacy, which just has a different map largely, and you can core provinces to like build in non-home supply centers, but that's like a minor thing and it doesn't really matter. Like the key thing to understand about this game is that it's a negotiation game. We are all moving units, so like fleets, these triangles, and armies, these hexagons, and all our orders are entered in secret. So the key thing that you have to be doing is like discussing with all of your neighbors what you're going to do, and then you submit orders, and you may or may not follow through on those orders to your advantage or disadvantage. And other people may or may not follow through on their orders as well. But yeah, so that's that dynamic here. Um, yeah, so I'm playing as the Ming dynasty, and I just subbed in to this game. So everyone else has had like a day or two to prep, and they know what they're playing, and I've just got something random, uh, and I have no idea what's going on. Um, the Ming player in this game who didn't show up on time is Bulpit Jones. He was France in B1S, and I was Athabasca in B1S, and uh, well, we had a kind of a fractious relationship until I subbed out of that game, and the Mughals player Artyma subbed in for me in B1S. So all three of us kind of knew one another, and Artyma kind of worked with France and then stabbed him for a lot of dots at the very end of the game, which was very impressive to see. Yeah, so I subbed in for Bulpit here, um, and I'm talking to Ching and Toku, um, and Ching is like, I want to go after Russia, and I want to make an Eastern triple. Um, okay, we can look at this press. So where's this Asian triple? There we go. Old. Let's go to the top. Yeah, so he wants to put this triple together, and I learned in the post game that this was something that the Ching player had wanted to do just from the start. Like when he got this nation, his plan was I'm going to make a triple between Ming, Ching, and Tokugawa, and I'm just going to let it hold to the end of the game. I see that a lot in other games of diplomacy where like the triple gets proposed early between these three powers, and it always seems to fall apart. Um, I don't like it. I really don't. Um, and it really fell apart here because well we'll see in a little bit, but Russia gets jumped, like absolutely jumped. Russia is one of the weaker powers on the map, and they just have a lot of neighbors. So it's very easy for them to get jumped in the west by Sweden and Poland, and by Ottomans and Safavids if they choose to work together. And in this case, one, two, three, four, five nations, literally everyone on Russia's border, decided to attack them and spring out one. Um, so yeah, it looks in the early game like Qing was going to have a very good time. But anyway, okay, back to the pregame. He's like, I'm going to move my units away, blah blah blah. I'm going to take all my neutrals. Sure, fine. Um, uh, Tokugawa was like, all right, I'm also taking my neutrals. I'm going for Amami and Fusan. You get Hanyang. I'm like, all right, great. Everyone has kind of agreed. It doesn't seem like Toku is as excited about the triple as Ching is. So Ming Tokugawa. Oh yeah, this is interesting. So he like pre-prepped a map before the game started of just like why it would be hard for him to attack me, and we'll watch that and see if it comes true. Yeah, so he's talking about like we'll split the neutrals, and yes, okay. The Dutch are like, I want Okinawa. Actually, I think like someone else comes to me and says like the Dutch telling me that they want Okinawa, so you should just know that. And I'm like, hey Dutch, do you want Okinawa? And they're like, yeah, I want Okinawa. And I'm like, all right. I'm not gonna start a war over that. Um, the this Dutch position is like pretty awkward. It's just one unit, and it's totally separated from the rest of the Dutch holdings here. Um, and this center in Okinawa, like it can usually either go to Okay, yeah, can either go to the Nanjing unit or the Formosa unit. Hey, Glenn. Um, yeah, so the core game is diplomacy. So if you've heard of the game of diplomacy, we're all like negotiating what we're going to do with our units, and then we are entering secret orders, and it's like a turn-based game. So there's a lot of making agreements with people and not following through on those agreements or following through on those agreements, and trying to accumulate as much power on the board as possible. So like, a lot of the game is focused on these supply centers. We you can take a unit into a supply center, and if you control that supply center at the end of a year, then you get the right to build a new unit. Um, so the game goes in like spring, fall, spring, fall, spring, fall. So you build units in winter, and then you have 2 phases to move them to new supply centers. And if you control them at the end of fall, then you get the right to build new units. And if you have too many units because you've lost some supply centers, then you have to disband your units. So it's kind of like a negotiation game, like the chassis of a negotiation game, and the thing that you're negotiating over is what all your units will do. It's the rules are honestly not that bad. Like it feels like pretty self-explanatory. I'm a unit here. What can I do? I can move my unit here. Or I can keep it in place. You can support units into other places. So I could move Wuchang to Gansu and have Chengdu support Wuchang to Gansu. Armies go on land, navies go on sea. Uh, yeah, the rules are a little like they're relatively simplistic, and the tactics that are like the emergent gameplay can be like pretty interesting and very dynamic. Um, yeah, so there's a lot of people like doing all sorts of interesting game analysis and this kind of thing, and the rules are like here are the whole rules. It's like a page or two. If you remove the images and just use text or whatever, there's so much white space here. Um, but yeah, it's a relatively straight game, and just with a lot of emergent complexity. So we were just talking now about this like initial dynamic between the three Asian powers. I'm playing the Ming dynasty here in China. There's the Qing dynasty in Manchuria, and there is the Tokugawa player who's Japan. And all of us have agreed to split Korea peacefully, one unit each. And down in the south, there are some negotiations going on over like these units. And the Netherlands player who has Taiwan, Formosa, is telling me that they want to enter Okinawa Trop in spring and Okinawa in fall. Um, and now you're almost caught up. Like the thing that I was intending to do if they did not intend to do that was enter Nanjing to East China Sea and East China Sea to Okinawa in fall, and then I would have control of the supply center at the end of the year, and then I would be able to build a new unit. Your score at the end of game is based on how many units you have, and each country, they're not symmetric powers, right? So each of them has a different size on the board. So Portugal starts with 16 units, and the Ming Dynasty starts with 5 units. So we have different victory conditions. And your goal is to get as many units as possible, right? Like as many supply centers as possible, and cross the victory condition. You win if you hit your victory condition, and you can draw like a 25% difference between your victory and anyone else's victory. So that would be a solo, and if you as a group can collectively all be 25% over the next person, and you're all over your victory condition, then you all win together. This is a blitz game, so it's relatively fast and short. Even though that we're playing like super short time limits, it's very unlikely that anyone's going to hit their victory condition, and so we're just kind of racing for having the most number of units at the end of the game. Category check. Hey, Crypto. I think just chatting is fine. Uh, there is actually okay. There's like Avalon Hill diplomacy and other categories relating to diplomacy. Um, sure. there's 250 followers of this diplomacy category, so there you go. I have just explained the rules to Glenn, so for the interest of everyone who's watching this on YouTube who does not wish to suffer, which will probably mostly be people who already know how to explain diplomacy or who have played diplomacy before, I won't explain the rules again. If you haven't played, the rules are here. They're relatively simple. We're just trying to get as many units on the board as possible, or as many supply centers on the board, these dots as possible, and we do that by moving these units into supply centers, and we can move and support each other. It's all like secret orders, so it's fundamentally a negotiation game. Okay, yeah. The Dutch are telling me that they want Okinawa. I'm like, fine, I don't really need to start a war. I think Okinawa is kind of a bait center. So what I frequently see from the Japan player, you're forced to play diplomacy in high school as part of social studies class. Brittany's betrayal still stings. Damn, screw Brittany. You don't close your eyes. This whole game is definitely not me betraying everyone all the time too much. There's a turn where I betray literally everyone who borders me except for one person, and we'll see how that turns out for me. But yeah, okay. So about Okinawa, there's in a lot of games I see this like contest between this Ming unit and this Dutch unit trying to enter Okinawa. So East China Sea and Okinawa Trough and Okinawa. I think that's a trap. And the reason I think that's a trap is that what often happens is we get the Japanese player entering Amami year one. So they will often enter like Osaka to Kyushu, Kyushu to Amami, or Osaka to Kuroshio Current, Kuroshio Current to Amami. And so they'll be here, and they'll have a unit next to whoever has this unit. And usually they will have four builds, because they will have gotten, Amami, Fusan, Ainu, and often Koryaks as well. So they'll put down a second fleet in Osaka. And the first thing they do with the second fleet in Osaka is support themselves to Kuroshio Current, and then support themselves into Okinawa. And like, as the Ming player, like, how are you holding this? Like, it feels like it's a lot of commitment. Unless you want to really show your hand as being anti-Tokugawa early, I don't really like this dot. It's much easier for you if you do something else with an Nanjing unit, and the Dutch have it, and you can just be like, hey, Tokugawa, like, there's this other person you can attack. Go fight the Dutch. Go take the Dutch's holdings in rightful Japanese territory. I don't know. Yeah, so you can do that and get them in here. I think that theme's going to come up a lot. I think that there are certain centers that, even though a center does increase your score, you don't want to take it because it's a magnet for other people to attack you, or it blocks two other people attacking each other. So we'll get to another one of those in a second. But yeah, so that's what happened here. I think if you do want to keep Okinawa, the line is like you have to go to Okinawa, and then you have to immediately put another fleet in Nanjing. And you move the fleet in Nanjing to East China Sea, and then you do some kind of like either you support yourself to Amami, or you hold here, East China Sea to Okinawa. But I think generally, like, Tokugawa is not going to be happy with you doing this, and I don't think Tokugawa ever has a good game when you're in Okinawa long term, and people are generally pretty smart, so they will know that. And so, like, if you want Okinawa, then like fine, but like maybe take it later. That's my read on things. Yeah, so that's the relationship here. Qing is very friendly. They're like, hey, let's all be friends. Let's do Eastern Triple, which probably means that they are full sending against the Russia player. In this version of the map, the Qing player usually has a good time against Russia early. Yeah, what do? They usually get Pyongyang, and they get Sahelian with this unit, and then they send these three armies up against these three Russian armies here. And these armies are just better positioned than the Russian ones, frankly. Like, You might think that Russia can get here or here or whatever, but they really can't. Well, there's this Lake Baikal, that like blocks your access to Ikuri, so Qing always moves here, or frequently moves here, and moves here, and when they support themselves into Karakoram in the fall. Um, and you know, if you're in Karakoram, like you're gonna lose it. So in this game, we'll see what happens. But yeah, so the Qing player is like basically saying we're gonna go full anti-Russia here. And like that's fine. Like if a neighbor of mine says I want to go the other way, I won't touch you at all. You know, who am I to object to this plan? I mean, we'll see. Qing ends up getting stabbed in the back, quite brutally, and multiple times. But yeah, that's their opening positioning. Okay, Mughals and Ayutthaya. So the Mughals player I know well. It's Artyma, who is a player who subbed in for the previous game that I played. So I was playing Athapaska, this like pink power here, and I decided to leave mid game for personal reasons. And he subbed in for me, and so he was also spectating me for most of that game. So we talked a fair bit, and we just knew each other. And he seemed like a very competent and sane person. So like he was someone to watch out for. And he was making very neutral noises. He's like, yeah, I'm fine. We'll work together. Not being aggressive at all, which I feel like is very much the right way to do things. And Ayutthaya, I don't think I got a lot of press out of Ayutthaya early. So let's go. Ming, Ayutthaya, Ming? 2 T's. Okay. Yeah, so we're just talking about splitting neutrals. Yeah, so like this is our entire conversation for like the first 20 minutes. Yeah, he tells me that Mughals is like, let's go anti Ayutthaya. I value this at like 0. Like if Mughals told me that they were like allied to me and told Ayutthaya that they were willing to work against them, then like I don't know. This is something that you could say regardless of whether it's true, right? And like I have no way to confirm this, so it's just not worth thinking about that much. But yeah, it is a concerning point. So he's like trying to get me set up against Mughals here. Yeah, and just talking about taking neutrals, and he wants me to not bounce Ava. So this is like the second bit of the map that's kind of an interesting flashpoint at the beginning of the game. Get some so there's 3 of us, and there are these like neutral centers in between us that we all need to negotiate on who's going to end up with them. So generally, this Ayutthaya player wants Ava, and the Mughals player wants Bamo. But if you let them both in, then you have to be worried about them supporting an attack into your center in Kunming in the fall. And, that's not super pleasant. There are some like very aggressive lines you can take to get around this. You can like try to Artyma and I were talking after the game. You could try to like enter Kunming to Ringpungpa and then Ringpungpa to Kathmandu and just like try to sneak behind the lines. I feel like maybe Artyma could make it work. He's like the kind of player who really likes these like aggressive and interesting openings, but I don't like being committed that early. So I didn't look for that line and I didn't see it. The other thing you can try to do is go Kunming to Hanoi and let them both in. But that also feels kind of dubious. Again, you probably get attacked in Kunming, and if you're in Hanoi, then Ayutthaya might be upset with you over that. This is a replay of a game I played. Yeah, so I played this game yesterday. So like you'll see like all the chat messages are from yesterday. And we played for like 8ish hours. And this is like a game review basically. So I'm just going to talk about like what happened and my opinions about what the moves were and why they were the way they were and what I think I could have or should have done and what I think other people could have or should have done. It's just like a game analysis. And hopefully at some point we get some folks from the game to show up here and yeah, we'll see what they have to say about it too. Yeah. Sorry, I should have made that more clear. So, like in the title, AAR is like after action replay. So it's a common acronym that people use to describe like post game discussion, basically. Yeah. So we're all negotiating over this in the beginning. Um, I, uh, I don't really want either of these centers at the beginning of a game. The reason being, like, if I'm in Bamo, um, this is an ever bait center. If I'm in Bamo, then how do Mughals and Ayutthaya ever fight each other? Yeah, you've seen your dad do that with chess. Yeah, yeah. Um, there are lots of like really interesting chess YouTubers who do something similar. They'll play a game and they'll like talk about it. GMs or whatever, like Gotham Chess or Hikaru or all those people. Um, Seems like a pretty common thing. Um, yeah, and just it's fun to do for tournament play because you get to look at your game and hopefully just do better. And I talk a little bit with Sam, who's like a player who played the Mughals previously, who's a very strong player, and they won the game solo as the Mughals, and we were talking a little bit about the opening position of Mughals and Ming this morning. So that was interesting too. So you can definitely learn a lot of things. Um, yeah. Anyway, so Bama and Ava, I think that these are also centers that you don't want year one. I wouldn't. I think anyone offering you these centers is like trying to bait you, or maybe just doesn't know. Um, because if I'm in Bamo or if I'm in Ava, that totally locks off the border between Mughals and Ayutthaya. And what you really want to be doing here is allying with one of them against the other. You want to talk to Mughals and be like, hey, you can have Ava and you can have Pegu, and I'll go this way and you go this way, and we'll split things down the line and it'll all be good. And that's not something you can do if you have nothing to offer the other player, right? So like by taking Bama or Ava, you have no leverage. Um, you lose all your leverage in gaining these centers. So I don't really want these centers early. Um, long term I might want them, but I don't want them early, and I also don't want them to both get into them. Because if they do, then I can get attacked in Kunming. So I'm just figuring out how to bounce, and uh, Mughals and I agree that we're going to bounce in Bama. Or well, I propose the bounce, and they agree. But I'm fine with this. I don't really have a strong opinion on who to bounce between Mughals and Ayutthaya here. I think it just depends on the vibes that you're getting from the players. Um, yeah. Maybe there's some slight points for not getting someone pissed at you. Like the Ayutthaya player was like, "Don't bounce me, Neva," and the Mughals player is like, "I'm down for whatever." So um, bounce in Bamo. So yeah, we bounce in Bamo, and then we'll figure out. We're just gonna walk into our neutral centers in fall, and I do kind of have to risk the Ayutthaya player walking into Kunming here, but I think that's just kind of a thing that's hard to deal with just generally. Like they could do it if they wanted, but in doing that, they're kind of just declaring eternal war on you. Um, if they want to do that, then that's like fine. Like I don't know. This position is just kind of bad. Um, it's just kind of bad for Ming for this reason. I think you just either you don't bounce someone out of one of these two centers and you're sad because they attack Kunming, or you bounce one of them out and then you give them a reason to talk to each other and say like, hey, I'll support you into that center that Ming just bounced you out of. Which I don't know, it's kind of unpleasant. I think in most of the previous games of Imperial Diplomacy, on this map at least, um, or I won't say most. I think the most common alliance is like out of these three, the most common pair is Mughals and Ayutthaya just pushing this way. And yeah, it's just like especially in the Blitz game, like I don't think you really want to be in a position where you need to have other people coordinate against you because once the activation energy has been reached for them to coordinate against you, like they're likely to do it again, and we'll see that like they are going to work together for most of the early game here. Um, Yeah, so the last person I really need to talk to is Portugal here. A Blitz game lasts 8 hours. Yeah, yeah. I mean, so the normal format for these games, Crypto, is that they're correspondence games. So, you know, there's a Discord server. The game might last for a couple months. You sign up ahead of time, and every phase is like 2 days, 3 days, maybe one day for like the build phases or something where it's more obvious what to do. Um, yeah, so like very slow, very drawn out games where you just kind of check in once in a while. Took a whole month in social studies, yeah. Some of my coworkers played a game of diplomacy at work before I joined, and they did a similar thing, right, where they just did a very like long correspondence style thing, and when they decided not to do it again because in all their meetings they would just talk about how you stabbed me and you were Turkey and I was Austria and you did this and like what should we do next and etc. instead of like actually doing work, which is quite entertaining, but maybe not the purpose of being at work. Yeah, so that's Mom and Ava. Portugal. Portugal comes to me and is like, I'll just be your vassal, I'll be chill. I think that's pretty reasonable. So on this map, Portugal is just very strong in this particular version of the map. And that's because of just a little bit of oversight on the part of the map designer. There's like two big things, I think. So one is this position here between Dutch, Portugal, Congo. The Dutch just have a really strong attack against Congo in the early game, and they like frequently go for it. So, it's just not it's just not a good time for Congo. Conventional diplomacy isn't as speedy process either. Yeah, that is true. But yeah, so what kept happening in a lot of games is that the Dutch would attack Congo, and whether the Dutch or Congo would win, like it didn't really matter because Portugal was just getting left alone, and so they would just grow a lot of this area. And the other situation that was kind of really good for Portugal was this situation here. So there's like a general principle in this game, like you have only as many units as you have supply centers generally. And so you want to be in a position where your supply centers are defensible, right? You want to defend more supply centers with fewer units. So like I'll probably talk a lot about this concept of like defensible centers. And like, okay, so we were just talking about Okinawa, right? Like Okinawa is not a defensible center for Ming in the early game, in my opinion, because Tokugawa can just take it from you, and it requires a lot for you to commit to it. Versus like Wuchang, right, is like a relatively defensible center. I need to spend like a unit or two up here, and I can defend like Beijing, Wuchang, and Nanjing, right? Hey Blender, uh, I I played this Blitz game and I was Ming, so like pretty much everything I know about this game is what's going on in China. Um, there is no power in Germany, so it's just Austria and Netherlands, Sweden. The game is set in 1642, so this is very like Holy Roman Empire. Everything is fractured. Hey Artyma. Yes, well, for like 12 hours after this game ended. Yeah, that feels about right. I was originally supposed to play board games with Squiz Meriden, who's another viewer of the chat and who also just lives in my city. Viewer of the chat. Viewer of the stream. And at the end of that game, she was like, you should maybe just go to bed. Like, it seemed like that was exhausting. And I was like, no, I can play. And she was like, no, you should go to bed. And then I went to bed. Yeah, it was exhausting. I think it's kind of like chess in that regard, right? You like play a long tactical game, and even though you're doing nothing physical, you're just very tired. You come off the adrenaline high. You like spend a lot of energy into playing the game, thinking through everything. Your brain is just on like 200% constantly. No, not the stream, just the chat. Yeah, she just has the chat open. Yeah, so Europe, I guess I can look over here occasionally. I think the thing that happens is that France and Spain are like both like well-known like YouTubers in the community, or well, the Spain players very much are, and the France players are just known for being very strong, and they also have a YouTube channel. and these other players around them were not super strong, I think, or they were not quite as astute, or less lucky, or some combination of those in this game, and they kind of got wiped. Yeah, I might poke around here just as the game progresses because I didn't look at what happened in like this entire section of the world for most of the game, and I just turn around and be like, oh, like France is on 40 centers, interesting, or like Spain is on 30 centers. Wow, how did that happen? Oh, look, like this whole power is gone. Great, all right, I'll come see you in an hour when the whole world has changed again. It's just too much. Um, with 20 minutes, you really just need to focus on your general area. Um, yeah, so we were talking about Portugal. Portugal is like, I'll be your vassal. Um, Portugal is very strong because of this we talked about and this. So we were talking about the concept of defensible centers and when we got sidetracked. So yeah, the idea is like you want centers where that center incrementally doesn't cost a full unit to defend. Portugal definitely threw both theirs and England's game. Okay, yeah, you're gonna have a lot of interesting stuff to say about this because of your, Artyma. For those of you who don't know, was the Mughals player in this game, um, and Mughals has a lot of interaction with Portugal and England because they both have colonies in India, and yeah, I think like the games where Mughals dies, it's often some combination of these two teaming up and fighting you, or Portugal and Safavids coming and fighting you, something like that. Um, yeah. So yeah, I didn't really decide to go for Macau until the end. Oh, thanks for gifting Arima a sub crypto. You didn't have to do that, but it's very very kind of you. Yeah, Artima, just enjoy the stream without ads. Not having ads is nice. Uh, yeah, so they were like, I'll just be your vassal, and I'm fine with that. Um, Portugal is very strong because of this and because of. Thank you for following. I think that's the follow noise. The follows are anonymous, so feel free to say your name or not say your name or whatever. Um, this area, frequently what happens is these players will all take these like neutral centers in year one, and then they'll swap Rabat and Canaries. So Portugal will end up with these two Azores, Canaries, Arguin, and Cabo Verde, and that tends to make like one nice block together, where they don't really need to defend anything in the middle here, and they can just kind of push out into West Africa and into the Mid Atlantic, into the North Atlantic. So this also happened in B1S, which yeah, Portugal just kind of ran over West Africa and the North Atlantic, which it seems to be a trend in this particular patch. But yeah, in the new patch, this is fixed so that you can no longer do this, and Portugal just has a much tougher time here. I'm saying this because like Portugal is kind of big and scary, right? And they're like, I'll be your vassal. I'm like, okay, that's fine. Can you play as Germany or Brandenburg Prussia of some sort, or are they too minor? I think too minor in 1642. Do they even have like do they even have Königsberg at this point, or is that just a separate thing? I'm not too clear on the timeline of Prussian formation stuff. I was under the impression that most of it happened in the 1800s. Yeah, and part of it also, I'm sure, is balance stuff. Like I think a consistent problem with this map over time has been these countries in Europe having trouble getting to their victory condition because it's just kind of hard to get enough supply centers. So like Austria has for a long time had problems getting to their victory condition of 32 because they would get all this stuff here, and then they would get blocked in by just the geography of the map and their inability to build fleets and stuff. Yeah, Sweden would be completely unplayable. Yeah, Sweden's not a strong country at the moment either. Um, I don't know. It's been improved, but it also just really really struggles. And I think a lot of these countries just don't need another neighbor to attack them. Like the Netherlands doesn't need another person who can attack them in Europe. Um, they have this like very indefensible position here, a very tricky to defend position here. Um, you wanted Sweden as power, yeah, yeah. I was talking to him about it about like, what if we just had Denmark or something instead? We're talking about some like related balance patches for England being too strong, and he was like, "Yeah, I don't know. This is like the the golden times of Sweden. 30 years war, pushing into Pomerania and all that. It's like kind of a big moment for Sweden history, so it's understandable. Yeah, but, okay, so like here's another rule of this game, which is that if you don't control your capital, you cannot win. And so like Netherlands often has a tough time defending their capital. And Brandenburg Prussia, it would make Netherlands have an even tougher time in a position where, frankly, I don't think that they're one of the strongest powers on the board. Like they're fine, but they really don't need the additional bat of like losing their homelands every game. But yeah, I think the closest equivalent would be playing like Austria. Okay, so yeah, back here. They're like, we'll be your vassal. It's fine. I agree to this because I'm like, oh, great, someone who doesn't want to, cause me any problems. But after this like discussion about Eastern Triple, I get the sense that that Qing is not going to try to bounce me out of Hanyang here, which means that I can just send one fleet through Yellow Sea to Hanyang, and this fleet is not doing anything. I was looking at this after the game. Maybe there's some interesting stuff you can do if you want to be super trusting in anti-Tokugawa, where you like go here and here, and then you support yourself into Pyongyang, and you like try to do this rotation in year 2, where you get this Qing fleet to the eastern side of Pyongyang. I don't know. It feels very hard. I guess yeah. Like the key thing that's going to keep coming up is that Qing has this fleet in Shengjing. And this fleet in Shengjing has nothing to do except attack me. And it's a giant pain. But yeah, so at least in year 1, they're like, I'm not going to touch you. Just, we're going to do this, like, Eastern Triple thing. So I'm like, all right, I'll just go to Hanyang. Maybe I would have gone for Okinawa in this world, but Dutch are already taking it. So Portugal just got the short end of a stick. Yeah, let's go to phase... well, this is the beginning of the game, so let's look at the spring moves. 47 minutes in, and we're looking at spring moves. I feel like this is we might beat Diplostrats on pace. Diplostrats are frequent producers of like 3-hour. I think their last after action replay was like 4 parts, each of which was like 3 or 4 hours. Like a 12-hour total insanity. Hopefully this will not be that long. But yeah, okay, so here are the moves for the first phase. I'm going to get some water because I've been talking a lot, and I'll be back in like 15 seconds. You're intrigued by this, but you need to go to work. Have fun with whatever all this is. Yes, go on. It was good to see you again. I feel like it's been a while. And yeah, catch you soon. Third, second. Oh, I made those, and I couldn't figure out how to make it so that you could only redeem one after the other. Like you can only redeem second after first and third after second. Oh god, and the noises. Okay, sorry for everyone on YouTube. Yeah, so we're just kind of playing out what we discussed here, right? No one is doing anything that's particularly surprising. Pyongyang, I'm sending this unit to Hanyang. Qing is doing the opening that goes anti-Russia. These moves are also very normal. Mughals gets led into Hyderabad here, which is kind of not a good sign. And they go to Gulf of Kutch. So this is like super aggressive anti-Safavids here. I think what people usually do is they go for this very conservative move and then try to take Surat, because no one can contest it for them. But yeah, this move is kind of like guns blazing immediately. It's pretty interesting. I don't know what I would do here if I was this player. Do I just hold in Bandar Abbas and just punish? Maybe not. Maybe it just plays out the way that it did play out in the game, which is that this fleet just ends up in Bandar Abbas and Bandar Abbas ends up in Keshem. But I mean, I don't know. Just if you think that Mughals is going to go here every time, just hold. Or just entered here, right? Enter this move to Gulf of Kuch. I think the moment that this fleet enters here, you're just not getting a center out of this fleet. You want an immediate damage control and pressing. You're duped by Portugal. Oh, that's extremely interesting. Okay. Did they buy it? And did Portugal actually ask for this move? Let's go look at the press. Mughals, Safavids. Oh, Wonky Slipshot was also a player in B1S. He was playing Tokugawa and also did rather well in that game. I think if Portugal hadn't soloed that year, he probably made it into impunity. We'll find out if they bought it in the fall moves. All right, let's do it. Yeah, let's keep the pace going then. So yeah, this is pretty interesting. Mughals also gets let into Hyderabad, which is, oh boy. So I think like this is a pretty key province in India, and in general, if Mughals have this in year one, it's a good game. They asked for it. All right. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, because you don't even have to lie about that to Safavids. You can just be like, "Hey, Portugal did me," or like Portugal did whatever. And meanwhile, like I think you were supposed to hold here or something, and you got into Hyderabad. Hyderabad's like a really key province. You usually do better as Mughals if you have it in year one. Ah, but you have a lot of trust for Portugal, which is why they didn't hate having you in Hyderabad. Okay, okay. Yeah, I really like this set from you then. Yeah, if you it's much easier to play this off as a mistake or like a misunderstanding when you follow through on like a much more committal move that definitely loses you a dot here, at least in year one. And it's a safe dot you can pick up later. So yeah, that's cool. I was kind of looking at this being like, holy cow, like you're probably burning bridges, but it seems like Safavids is like, oh man, like the main thing that Safavids is getting out of this is that he needs to int Portugal as like fast as possible. Like he needs to go against Portugal, and Portugal is like, great, like I have Mughals on side against Safavids, which is super interesting. And you kind of got like the best of both worlds here. But yeah, so we've got the bounce and bomber that's arranged. You got into Hyderabad. Normally, what happens I see in a lot of games is Goa will go to Hyderabad in spring and bounce Mughals in spring, and then go to Udini in fall. Okay, and then I was just thinking about the province name for a second. And then this unit will go here in spring and bounce Hyderabad in fall. And so Mughals will just get locked out of Hyderabad in the first year. And yeah, well, that's not happening. And you've got this unit in Orissa too. So, now you have two units that can support each other into Rajamahendra if you so wish it. And, it's really golden. It feels like a really, really strong tempo opening from you. Um, yeah, so Mughals is looking really strong. Um, I am entering basically all of the standard moves. I think there's not a lot to say here. It's just execution and what we were talking about before. This is the standard set of moves you want to make if you want to take Macau in the first year. Um, I don't understand this move to Phocian Strait. So I think at this point, Portugal, yeah, this too. Um, so Portugal and the Netherlands are like immediately at all at war. I like, um, so this dynamic here is pretty interesting. There is some contention often over who gets Flores and who gets Danny. Oh, I think I'm looking at the wrong map. There's a map with all the pre-cores on, and this one was missing some. Spring moves. This one's just missing that. Okay, well, you'll have to take my word for it that there's a Portugal pre-core here, so Portugal can build units here if they control this. They misordered and won't get mud right. Oh my god, yeah. They entered. Okay, these two centers don't border each other. So if you enter an illegal order in this game, it does nothing. So God, that is so bad for England. Um, yeah, because they're not going to get a unit, a center out of this fleet, and they're not going to get a center out of this army. And normally they do both. So really, really dog game for England so far in this area. Um, and then here, okay, yeah, we don't want cheap viewers. Um, okay, uh, so yeah, so this is going on here. Manila to Philippine, whatever. Um, there's often this negotiation here between Portugal and Netherlands about who gets which neutrals. And it seems like there might have been some miscommunication here over who's getting Danny, though I guess they can resolve it by going to Flores. And then here they go to Phokien Strait. So I think the move in pretty much every game is Macau to Hainan, because Macau is the center, and you want to be in a center, so you can build another unit in the fall. Phokien Strait doesn't do anything besides, frighten the Netherlands. And after I talked to them about it, they were like, yeah, we figured we would do this because we were vassals, and we feel like it would be less aggressive than if we went to Hainan in spring, which it doesn't make any sense to me. I think that they're just going full anti-Netherlands here. And I think if we look at the moves elsewhere on the board, I don't know if there are any particularly hostile moves yet, but we'll see that Portugal and Netherlands are just going to be fighting like for a lot of this game, and it's gonna be at the benefit of the Spanish and French players. But yeah, that's interesting. This move feels very anti-Dutch, but I'm getting Macau, so I'm getting Macau. I did not enter to Okinawa here, so the Dutch have guaranteed Okinawa like we agreed, and everything is dandy. Here Ayutthaya tells me that they're going for Hanoi, which I don't know. I don't really like. South America. Todos os Santos. Yeah. Yeah, that's an extremely aggressive move. Like the only thing that this unit is doing in fall is going to Mordstad, right? Like the only reason you go here is because you want the option of going to Mordstad. Everything else you can achieve through Guanabara Bay. You can go Guanabara Bay to South Atlantic Ocean. You can go Guanabara Bay to Argentine Basin, which is a strong anti-Mapuche move. Like everything, the only thing that this gets you is an attack on the Netherlands. So yeah, if I'm the Netherlands here, I'm just like, 3 red alarms. These guys are immediately hostile. I don't know what their press was like, but it must have been something really terrible for them to do this, or maybe they just came in with like a preconceived plan of like, we're gonna go attack the Netherlands. France holds here. That's a blitz moment. Oh no, it's not a blitz moment, right? They're going to Indikara here. Okay, so France and Poland have agreed that Poland is going to Mali, I guess, and France is going to Indikara. Anyway, so back to the part of the game that I saw. Like, this is all agreed. Ayutthaya is telling me they're going for Hanoi, which I wish they'd go for Phan but I don't know. I don't really have any leverage over that, and I don't really care about bouncing them out of Hanoi. I think if I really wanted to press them, I could have told them like, hey, like I am going to Hanoi with Kunming. Don't go to Hanoi. But I don't really want them to walk into Kunming behind me, so I don't feel like that's a helpful thing to say. Yeah, and we'll force Macau here. So yeah, let's look at the fall moves. I think this game went for, let's see where it ends. 5 or 6 years? Yeah, it ends at 1647, just to give you a sense of where we're at. And we're now in the second half of 1642. Yeah, so we're here. This is actually, okay, so, everything goes as agreed. This is actually an agreement between the Qing and Russia players. Qing just tells Russia that they are going in to double into Karakorum and to hold Karakorum. I don't understand this. I guess it's a trust building exercise, right? But like, if you tell them this, then you could also just get an extra center here. And if they know that you could get an extra center here, then they might not want to support here. Like, it's weird. like if you're Qing and Russia trusting each other, then I think you just want to have one of these units go for Chukchis instead, right? Like instead of sending this unit down, you send like Krasnoyarsk, Saka, Evans, and then Evans Chukchis, and you let yourself get dislodged at a Karakorum to Turfan, maybe something like that. Um, I don't know. This feels like an odd way to play a Qing and Russian alliance where you're both down one dot. Um, yeah, they want to. They would have wanted me to support them to Turfan next year. Yeah, I think they asked me at some point for support to Turfan, and I was like, I don't know why I'm doing that. Um, and I was not in. I don't know if there was a phase where I was in Gansu, but Qing was definitely asking for support to Turfan at some point. Um, but yeah, at this point, like Qing is full committing to the Eastern Triple Two. So I really don't understand what this is about. And like in the post game, they're also telling me like, yeah, I was fully committing to the Eastern Triple. So you'd have wanted them. You would have wanted to support them into Turfan. Um, like next year, build and Wuchang walk to Gansu support to Turfan, something like that. And it's plausible. Um, yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier with like Mughals and Ayutthaya working together, and this is the first of many phases where we will see Mughals and Ayutthaya working together, and it will not be so great for me. Yeah, so now we see like Portugal taking the Netherlands dot, Netherlands going for Okinawa, everything very standard, and yeah, so again, Portugal and Netherlands at war. Like this move by Portugal just says I would like Netherlands to be -1 and I would like me to be -1. Right? Like you can just let Netherlands into Danny, and you can walk into Flores or Gulum or Ergen here, and both of those get you a center, and they get the Netherlands a center. So this is like looking at this, you're immediately like, wow, these guys are incredibly hostile to both of their detriments here. Because if you're both going -1, then other people are not. Then it's bad for you, as it turns out. Uh, yeah. So that's what's going on here. Mughals and Ayutthaya have agreed that Ayutthaya is getting Pegu, so that happens. Raj Mahendri support happens. Udni holds, sure. Udni could have tapped Hyderabad here. So the way that supports work in this game is that if anyone is attacking a support, that support is invalidated. And here, because of the support of Orissa into Rajmahendri, this is an attack with the strength of 2 units against Rajmahendri, which has just got 1. But if Udni had tapped Hyderabad here, then this would be a 1 strength attack because the support would have been invalidated. So this is Portugal saying, I would rather Mughals have the center than England, which is, again, another really scary sign for Mughals being strong. And then we see, okay, so I don't know what manner of diplomatic wizardry happened here, but you do manage to get yourself into Bandar Abbas, Artyma. Yarkand to Uzgen is interesting too. I think Uzgen is usually just the harder one to get to, so I guess Yarkand feels like it's heroes next year if these two aren't working together, which they are not. So here's the other dynamic that was really interesting, right? So Qing and Russia are doing this thing. Russia is only getting 2 centers in the east. They're getting this center, and then everyone else, they get attacked. So Poland and Ottomans are working together to fight Russia here, and Safavids and Ottomans are working to fight Russia here. And looking at this, I'm like, oh god, like Russia's gonna die, and Qing is just gonna run over Russia. The pattern we've seen in the previous Blitz games is that Qing runs over Russia, gets really strong, and then runs over Ming. And so I was super conscious of that dynamic here, especially like Qing is pitching this Eastern Triple. I no longer think that that's in my advantage, because I think the longer it goes on, the longer this like gank Russia dynamic goes on, and if Russia is getting ganked, then Qing is probably growing faster than I am, especially with strong Mughals on my border and Mughals Ayutthaya cooperation. Ottos didn't even get any dots. Yeah, they just helped other people into Russian dots. Wow. Huh. Interesting. Ottomans to Hawara is also very interesting. That feels pretty provocative. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think tactically this might just be a mistake then, right? Like, holding Bandar Abbas is just Mughals -1. Um, unless you can, like, unless Mughals has convinced you that they're moving away. Yeah, so that's happening. Um, so Russia's very sad, and so I'm like, oh god, we need to do something about Qing here before they get out of hand. So yeah, that's going to be the trend for a lot of this portion of the game. It's going to be me pushing against Qing and Mughals and Ayutthaya pushing against me. Yeah, so that's the fall moves. Anything else of note? I don't really think so, at least not in this area. We can take a quick look to see if there's anything utterly insane going on elsewhere. DMZ English Channel. Bounce in Naples. So some hostility between... Bounce in Naples convoy to Tunis. So I think what happened here is that Spain and Ottomans agreed on a trade. The live recording of the two Spain players talking over this game has already been uploaded, so yeah, this is really interesting. So it looks like it was supposed to be like an agreed trade. Often what you see is like this unit gets convoyed to Tangier by Gibraltar, and then Alba into Tunis, and then Ionian takes Naples here, and that ends up in a situation where like the most threatening Ottoman build center, Tunis, cannot be used to build units that would fight Spain, and the most threatening Spanish build center, Naples, cannot be used to build units against Ottomans. And so it looks like Spain has just reneged on their agreement with Ottomans. Smells like salt, yeah. Um, yeah, so Salt and King of Prussia are the two Spain players here. They're both very talented. And Salt is known infamously for going back on his word. And this looks like one instance of it. So yeah, now Spain has the upper hand here. They have Tunis and they have Naples. And yeah, I think Madrid to Valencia is the warning sign here. Like there's not really a reason to do this other than over going to Gibraltar unless you want to do this kind of thing. So maybe that's a good thing to keep in mind for the future. Yeah, I guess if you see this coming, right? If you see this, then I guess you enter back to Tunis and back to Sicily. Yeah, it's really bad. It's really, really bad. It's so brutal. Yeah, yeah, and like we said, they weren't getting dots out of these attacks either. They got the dots they wanted here, but I don't know. Cairo to Hawara is kind of aggressive. It does seem like they can trust the Safavid player at least. Um, but overall, it doesn't look like a super great autos opening, and we'll see what happens. Anything else? Uh, Cape Koe is empty. Why? Oh, Moritz-Stab. Yeah. Uh, so I guess the Netherlands sees that Portugal is going in there. It's just like, yeah, no, I know what this is. Like, they just bounce in Moritz-Stab. Um, Portugal and Aymara may be unhappy with each other. Everything else looks fine. This is a bounce in Havana. Okay, so England and Spain also not playing nice. I watched like the first like 30 minutes of this like recording of the Spanish players playing, and it seems like there's a lot of conflict over who would get these dots. Normally England goes for Baracoa here, but apparently they just really wanted Havana. Um, yeah, this is another case where like England just chose to make England and Spain go -1. Instead of taking Baracoa, England could get a dot in Havana, and Spain could get a dot in Havana. I, I don't get it, but yeah. Um, oh no. Quacktack to Hudson Bay and dotting. Oh my god. Dotting Athabasca and Chapuyan. That is sad. So solid French opening. England and France working somewhat together. Mm. Ah. So Athabasca and Ute think that they are working, or Athabasca thinks that Ute is working with them against Inuit. But really, what is happening here? Do they all stab each other? Why is this unit holding in the spring? What has happened? Oh, they just misordered. They just misordered. Oh, that's really bad. Ute and Spain working together. Yeah, so Ute clearly stabbed at the Pasca here. Inuit clearly stabbed at the Pasca here. And Ute also stabbed Inuit here. Okay, yeah, that's a reasonable take, right? Because, like, what does the support ever accomplish? You always know when it's getting cut. So as Ute, you're like, why am I making Atha +1 instead of me +1, right? Like you're yeah, exactly. Yeah, and Inuit's also stabbing Atha here. So very anti-Atha opening. This Ojibwe thing is pretty interesting. I was thinking about doing it in B1S. Um, but in that game I did not have Vilmerida and Algonquin, I think. I think in that game there was some like very greedy play by the French player for like an extra dot or two, where they sent Fort Detroit west and they sent Ville-Marie south, so they couldn't contest creep. Yeah. Okay. Not talking about other games, so let's flip to winter builds. Final winter. No. Fall retreats. I don't really care about those too much. Winter builds. Okay. Qing is +4. They build a fleet Haishenwai, which is like I think mandatory, but kind of anti-Tokugawa. Tokugawa was 4 fleets. I think if you're serious about the Eastern Triple, maybe you do this. I don't know. I think it's just a rough time. In general, I think a lot of Tokugawas are very, very fleet happy. I don't know if it's an RP thing or what, because I also see it with Ajuran, where Ajuran go like 3 fleets or something like that. Like RPS Somali pirates or whatever. Okay, so yeah, 4 fleets from them. I wave Beijing because I'm trying to be somewhat friendly to the Qing player here. I think that's kind of a relatively hostile unit, and I build Nanjing as a fleet. And I think Tokugawa is already not happy with me building a fleet, which is a trend that we'll see throughout the game. Like every time I build a fleet, they're like, "Oh my god, how dare you build a fleet?" Um, but I think if you don't build a fleet, then you just get wiped. Or if you don't build any fleets, you just get wiped. Um, like Tokugawa will just take this from you, and then you won't be able to stop them from coming into Yellow Sea and East China Sea. At that point, it's just free dots for them. Why not? Um, and I think that's like generally the pattern you see in games where Tokugawa rolls. Like they just get a fleet advantage over everyone else and never stop. So yeah, I think one fleet is fair, but Tokugawa doesn't really see it that way. So they are not super happy with me with this. They'll go along with anti-Ching for now, because they also see what's going on up here and they see like how sad Russia is. Russia builds Fleet Astrakhan year one, which is super, super, super anti-Safavid. Um, that definitely feels like a Blitz move. Yeah, yeah. I think people are just a lot more free with stabbing and Blitz. There's just not much to do about it. Um, Goaded. Yeah, this is so good for you, right? This is so good for Mughals. Um, because like this unit can never do anything except attack Safavids. For the rest of the game, it will be sitting here and threatening the Safavid home centers for all time. I don't think they ever managed to disband this. I hate this. I hate this. Like, uh, you like it? Okay. What am I not seeing about this move? Like, to me, it feels so committal. Like, I appreciate it if you're in position to attack Safavids. Like there's some world where you like treat it like it's like a worse version of Fleet Black Sea. You use it to like get the equivalent of like Sevastopol or whatever, and then it's just a bad unit that maybe like convoys things later in the game. Um, but like unlike Fleet Black Sea, like this is stuck forever. Like it's never getting out. Um, yeah, I think like yeah, Google should absolutely be rejoicing when they see this because it means that Russia and Safavids are going to have a hard time making peace for the rest of the game. This is always going to be there. It's going to be a thorn in their side. Yeah. What else? You're in Bonder, so I guess this fleet makes sense. I think Safavids just got supported to Shachi. Ostrakhan can forever be used as a bargaining chip. Um, like you mean like trading disbanding fleet Ostrakhan for some favor from Safavids? Oh, that's another yeah, that's another good point. Yeah. Um, yeah, if the game's shorter, you don't have time to get punished by, you know, having a bad unit in the late game. Like, who cares? It's Blitz. Um, yeah, in a full length game, maybe it's scary. Yeah, okay, okay, I see that. That's good value. Um, yeah, you have to just manage to arrange to disband Fleet Ostrakhan, though, right? It's yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why I was initially like not super a fan of it, or like why I'm a little bit suspicious of it because it does feel so hard to get rid of. But yeah, I guess that's the point, right? Like if I'm Russia and I want to get rid of it, I can, right? I just ask Safvids to disband it for me, um, and like that's something that Russia can offer that Ottomans can't. And Ottomans is in this like odd position now. Like, what dots is Ottomans promising to Safavids to attack Russia? Right? Like they don't have leverage. Um, I mean, they can support Russia against Safavids, I guess, but not the other way around. I think often, like what I've seen in other games, is Tbilisi getting supported to Shachi. So Ottomans gets this center, and then Safavids getting supported like up this way maybe. This way kind of cuts off the Ottoman expansion. But yeah, I don't know anything about what the press was like, so it's hard for me to comment about You know, maybe this was a required thing for them to cooperate in some other theater somehow, or to not do something else. I don't really know. Um, what else? 0 fleets from Poland. That's interesting. 2 fleets from Sweden. 2 army. Okay, 2 armies in the homeland. Super pro British. Yeah, they're about to get ganked in the mid. Yeah, yeah. Fleet Naples. Fleet Naples is big. Fleet Trieste, mandatory. Um, I don't know if we saw any conflict between Ottomans and Austria. We did not. But yeah, Tunis is really bad. Um, yeah, these. Yeah, yeah. Like Hawara is gone. Yeah, 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 for sure. Yeah, we already see this shaping up, right? Um, 3 Army France, very anti-Austrian, I think. Um, I don't know. Maybe these units could come down this way too. Um, anything else interesting in builds? I don't think so. These look like normal builds to me. Fleet Mexico East Coast feels pretty anti-English here and pro-Ute. Pro-Spanish builds from Ute as well. Or is it Ute? I don't know. Pro-English builds, maybe? These feel like anti... I don't know if these are anti-Ather or anti-England. There's nothing in Fleet Royal, I think, which is the main thing. Port Royal. There's no fleet in Port Royal. Uh, what else? Yeah, that feels like it. Cayenne is interesting. Do you think this is like an anti-Dutch play, maybe? Yeah, yeah, that's a reasonable read. Also, like Army Parmurbo, like what is this doing? It's fighting Spain or it's fighting France, right? Yeah, this colony is like surprisingly defensible even with 1 unit. There's a lot of like you can bounce people out back and forth and just be annoying. Um, yeah, okay, that's a good insight. Fleet New Amsterdam is super interesting. Like Fleet New Amsterdam is very pro-French. Because like this unit isn't doing anything other than like bothering England, right? Uh, Fleet Jamestown, Fleet Portland, also pro-French, right? These are not like Cherokee is free if England builds army here, or at least they have a claim to Cherokee, right? But that's no longer true. Okay, so our predictions are Dutch in for a rough time, um, Ottomans in for a rough time. Oh wait, they never got these 2 units. Why didn't they get these two? Um, okay, because they got Corse and because of the convoy and keeping Naples. Okay, they just had better things to do with their units. Um, cool. Yeah, let's look at year 2. All right. Yeah, here's where I get stabbed by the Mughals and Ayutthaya player. I move into Hainan. That feels very normal. And I move into Guangxi because I feel like that's good position against Hanoi here. And Mughals is telling me that they will work with me and they will go get Ava. Um, and I agree to this, and I also send a unit to backfill Obama in the back because I can. Uh, And it ends up working out, right? Because they're working with Hayotai here to get into Kunming, and this tap of Rinpungpa into Balmo doesn't get in, but it invalidates the support. So this is a 2-on-2, and they don't get Kunming, which is pretty big. The thing that I can't stop, or that I don't stop, which I don't know, was not great, was that I let Kabul into Sangpa. This feels very anti-Ming. Um, I okay, so to be in all honesty, my screen was like here for most of the game, um, and so like looking at this, like I can see now that this is really anti-Ming, right? Because like not only do you not walk into your center, but you also don't have the ability to support yourself to hold in this center. Um, yeah. So I think this should have been more of a warning sign to me than it was. Um, but yeah, so here's where we break the Eastern Triple. Um, Tokugawa and I are reacting to this Russian insanity, um, or the Russian collapse, right? And we're just like, all right, time to do something before they get too big. Russia was going to get dislodged. Yeah. Um, it's guaranteed, isn't it? If you're not helping Russia by either support holding Turkestan or tapping Bukhara, it's just guaranteed. Unless there was a move set I missed. Like they don't have any supported attacks on Kiva or Bukhara, right? Or on any of these units really. I'm assuming this is just a blitz move. Oh, to fight you. I see. Oh yeah, if you're thinking you're gonna get dislodged from Uzigan, then like what's the point of walking into Yarkand, right? You might as well have this position. Yeah. Um, it's reasonable considering you just walk into Bandar Abbas. Though, yeah, I guess I don't quite know what's happening here. Portugal is supporting themselves into Strait of Hormuz, and Safed is supporting you out of Bandar Abbas. So I assume, I don't know, maybe there's some agreement that Safed gets Bandar Abbas back. Um, though I think you told me you're retreating to Persian Gulf here, which was a very spicy move. Um, but yeah, so okay, some cleanup here. I'm dealing with this forward retreat from England. Portugal's still friendly to you this whole time. Partial NMR from England. They're not even going for Madurai. I'm like mixing American and like proper pronunciations of East Indian names. That was arranged. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Um, and yeah, for the rest of the game, just Netherlands and Portugal are just doing this, uh, fighting each other. um, yeah, so this holds. This unit's getting up to Kunming now, which is not good for me. I'm very much in the back foot here. I think like for any two of these guys, like if they're working together, I'm not gonna have a good time. I have supported Toku into Pyongyang, and I'm doing this with the intention of like immediately stabbing them. Um, so yeah, we'll see how that goes. Um, what else? This is what I was saying before, right? Okinawa probably going to get taken by the Tokugawans. Oriental Sea probably not arranged. Qing Russia war continuing. All right, let's look at whatever else is interesting in other places in the world. Cape Koei probably contested by some combination of Congo and France and whoever's in SAO. Yeah, it's really weird. I don't think I've ever seen this. I feel like it's not a center that often goes uncontested. You're still not going for Surat, right? Because you want to prioritize this Gondwana army. Um, Core Trebizond. I guess he's trolling. Um, Ottomans and Poland still working together against Austria. Oh, bad. Bad luck for Ottomans here. What happened here? Um, Coring Florence. All. Yeah, I mean this has like nothing to do. It's just a dot until someone takes it. Um, what happened here? So Turanian got supported into Ionian, and they tried to backfill. Um, what was so? I guess like they think that Austria is not tapping them in the spring. What was the play? Like, what was the move that Ottomans could have made to stop this? I guess they could have. Yeah, they're really losing out. Yeah, they could have like supported from Ionian to Turanian, and then tried to backfill Ionian, right? And backfill Ionian and Strait of Otranto. Um, oh man, it's hard. It's just hard. Yeah, Austria is clearly anti-Ottomans here too. It's not a good time. Yeah, Spain is guaranteed Tripoli here. Yeah, they have two on Tripoli. Yeah, and like Tunis is not looking so hot too, right? Because there's three on Tunis as well. It's just like really painful. Uh, and Spain has these pocket dots that they can grab later in Baleares and Sardinia. So it's really really high tempo for Spain this opening. Um, Madrid to Merida. Oh no. And yeah, okay. So I think this is the beginnings of a Portugal stab. Um, Moving from Ionian feels really bad without Naples. Uh, yeah, to take Tripoli, you mean? Yeah, yeah. There's decent odds you just lose. You lose to you lose Naples in that world. Though I don't know. Maybe Naples is a dot you can offer the Austrian to get them to continue going east, so they're not quite as bottled up here. I think I think if you look at maps of winning Austrias, they will mostly have Naples. Um, just because like the last few dots that you need to get over the 32 32 number are going to come from like somewhere around the Med, and you need fleets for that. Austria just needs fleets. Um, Split Split is kind of in a sad situation. Though I guess like Poland entering Silesia from the back is nice for the Ottoman player. Yeah, partial NMR from the England player. Oh my god, yeah, guaranteed Iceland for Russia if they want it. A lot of them also have Constantinople. Yeah, 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 yeah. I think like as Austria, you just need like multiple people around you dead. Um, like I don't know how you win if Ottomans is not dead as Austria, and so like as Ottomans, I think you need to kill Austria. like I don't really like that dynamic. Um, I just I feel like that's a little one dimensional. Um, yeah, so like I would never sign up for Austria or Ottomans on this current patch of the map. It just feels very like you know you have to fight. So like why are we even bothering? Yeah. I trusted Austria in B1N for the short time I was in it, as Ottomans, and never again. I know better now. So yeah, that's what's happening here. It would be really entertaining for Madrid Valencia here if they were not feeling anti-Portugal and convoy a second army down. Oh my god. Maybe that's too much, but that's what the Spain player did to Ottomans in B1N before I subbed in as well. They sent a second army down, and I got in here. I was like, why are there two armies in Tunis and Champa? Like, what is happening? um, yeah, everyone's playing friends in um, down here. France is also anti-Portugal, maybe. Congo is probably supporting themselves to the Cape. Um, yeah, more forever warring here. I don't think either of these go through, right? Both of the supports are cut. Okay. Anti-Aymara here. Yeah, I think Russia just. Oh, sorry. I think that's the Spain players just wanted Aymara dead from the beginning. I think it's another thing where Aymara just has to kill Spain here. Aymara has to kill like everyone here. Um, to reach their victory condition. It's just sad. Um, oh, another bounce in Havana. Okay. Belize is gonna go. They didn't build Belize. Yeah, who's Portugal working with? That's a good question. Um, Not Spain or France. They're working with Poland. That like I don't know how much Poland can help them, but yeah, fighting Ajuran. Oh, yeah, Sakalava is getting. Oh God, yeah, Rip Sakalava. Um, Delagoa is also gone. Yeah, oh, this is a big. This is actually a really big stab of France on Portugal. Or I don't know if it's a stab, but yeah. Portugal's having a rough time of it. North America, Inuit and Ute now fighting each other. Ute. Uh, the backfill into yep. I feel like this is now Atha Ute. Atha Ute. Supporting to Chipuyan, which Inuit just lets go. They know they have to. Just oh my god. I'm sure the commentators were just screaming about these holds. Possible Barotse if France doesn't contest Congo for go. Oh yeah, they could support here and then just do this. Yeah, yeah. It depends on how pro Congo France is. I mean, you could also just tell Congo like you have two on Saint Helena, go force it. I'll take Cape Co, and you put two on Barotse. Um, that feels pretty good. Um, yeah, Portugal is just not having a good game. Ottomans is not having a good game. Um, I am having a mediocre game at best, right? Like, yeah. And obviously fighting between Abyssinia and Ottomans. I think if you take Hawara as Ottomans, it's just this is just guaranteed. But I think Ottomans. Well, Hawara's lost. They have two on Michele. I don't think they can take Michele. Aden. I think they can force Aden. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is not a winning war for Ottomans usually. Yeah, it's so much more committal for Ottomans to have armies here than it is for Abyssinia. Yeah, B1N was pretty interesting. I think the Ottomans player B1N, um, the first Ottomans player immediately like full sent Abyssinia. And they had like a couple armies down here, and I think if you're gonna do it, that's the way to do it. I like don't I don't really want to say that at all because I don't know if going for Abyssinia immediately is the move. Um, but I think if you're gonna do it, you want to get like into these home centers and not like stuff a bunch of armies here because these armies have nothing to do. Um, and these units they can do stuff over here. Oh, you like full sending Abyssinia as Ottomans at the beginning. All right. Um, Interesting. Would you also ask for Hawara? I actually don't know what it is because I've just been saying so many things. Attacking in the beginning would encourage Ajun Congo to move in. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's another relevant point. The full send, yeah. Um, so what's the full send? Like the full send, I assume Tripoli still always goes here. Um, God, Army Smyrna is so trash. I guess it can kind of help with what you keep. So whatever units you can send south, like Baghdad, these three, I think. Um, like you can take a Riyadh with this, Sanaa with this, and I mean I think that's what this player did, right? They yeah. Yeah, this feels like this support does nothing, right? Because this was never contested. So this is Abyssinia saying, yeah, Ottomans you can have Hawara, which um I I don't know. I don't think I'd ever agree to that in Spring '01. Could have dotted for Michaela. Yeah, they could have dotted for Michaela, yeah. So this is not okay, so neither of these moves are Ottomans or Abyssinia full sending on the other, right? This is still like this is still semi-arranged. Or like this is still arranged between them. Um and then they go to war. But like I feel like you should know here, right? You should like if you're doing this, you should dot Michaela here, right? Um, because like there's never a world like it's Blitz. I don't think there's a world where these three armies do anything other than take Aura, right? Or like these two do anything other than take Aura in spring. Um, so if these units are going to be used against you regardless, you might as well send them -1, and when you don't have to deal with this fleet in the spring, maybe. Um, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it always ends up in conflict. Yeah. Um, Yeah. To be like very explicit for anyone who's watching a recording of this, we're not saying this to like rag on anyone. Um, this is like a learning. This is an attempt at learning. So you know, the next time you're in a situation or a situation that looks like this one, where like someone's only move in the next phase is stab, um, like a light will now go off in my brain saying like stab the phase before. Um, it's like oh, Beja Swicken. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 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 yeah. Um, If you don't want to fight, then Cairo goes somewhere else. I don't know what Cairo does. Um, Cairo, Jalo, Hogar, Cairo, Tripoli, Hogar, like something like this, and you can uh, support yourself into Agadez in spring or something like that. Um, Cairo, Mecca, Riyadh, and you leave Baghdad to defend against Safavids, also an option. Or you send this north to backfill Tbilisi. Yeah, I was just assuming that. Yeah, right. You can make this unit go here, or you can make this unit go here, and then have this unit do something else. Um, yeah. Okay. I think we've looked enough at the spring moves. Let's go look at fall. All right, we'll start with me. Um, I think this is the turn where I stab everyone. Here, what happens? Mughals is like offering me stuff, and I'm like, I don't know if I believe this. Um, so I'm just gonna block you in Kathmandu. I think what had we agreed to? Um, was I supposed to put you in Ava this turn? I think I was supposed to put you in Ava, Artyma. And I was supposed to get Hanoi. And neither of us did one lick of what we said we would do. The obvious mistake here, the obvious mistake with this moveset is like, why is Chengdu not going to Xining? This unit never does anything, because this never gets attacked with Strength 1. Right? Like, this unit always goes here, and especially because what we were talking about last time with Sangpan not having anything to do, right? Like, this is just I'm just really upset that I made this move. It's Blitz, so it's fine. But this is like a really bad move to make, um, and this is just better in just every world. Yeah. So we bounce here. There's some Qing Russia fighting. I think this is going to flip very fast once they see that Tokugawa and I are working against Qing. Qing and Russia are going to become best buds, and Qing is just going to be like soft throwing to Russia for the rest of the game. Like disbanding every unit on the Russian front and just like declaring eternal war against Tokugawa and I. What else is going on? I don't know if this is agreed or what exactly is happening here, but again, like you never keep Okinawa. Japan always gets Okinawa. Uh, I dot Tokugawa for Fusan. I think in every world I should be supporting Hanyang into Fusan. I don't understand why I didn't do that. Like, when does this ever work? This never works. Um, which region was Baldur's Gate in again? Hey, Squiz. Um, Squiz was spectating Imperial, like this Blitz game yesterday. I suggested it. I don't know if you. I hope you had a fun time watching it. I wish I could see what the commentators were saying about me during that game because I have no idea. Um, and the audio of that commentary is just lost. Well, yeah, I don't. Baldur's Gate. I guess Larian's in Sweden, so maybe it's in Stockholm. uh, where to spectate? Okay, yeah, 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 yeah. Sorry, I should have told you about that. That would have made it much more obvious. Um, yeah, so here we are. I don't know if this is arranged or what the deal is. I think that there's some kind of fighting going on here. Like, why is Tokugawa in Philippine Sea? Okay, fighting here, la la la, usual stuff. More fighting. This is going to continue for the rest of the game. Um, Convoy with support doesn't work, but dotting Andaman and Kunming and losing Hanoi. Yeah, so again, like, you know, Mughals is just. I guess this is the turn where you stab, right? What is happening here in India? You're getting Goa. Mughals is getting Goa. You're holding this so that you can't get hit by the English player. Was there a way to force disband that this turn? Not if you want to get Goa, right? Yeah, it's not bad at all. They do retreat to Fenring. Um, you want to go? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and this English unit is always there for you to kill later. It's not. It's not hard. Surat is also still unclaimed, which is hilarious. What happens here? Are you stabbing? You are now working with the Safavids, I think. So this is Portugal supporting themselves out. Safavids has Bandar Abbas, and you're getting supported into Rustak by the Safavids. At the same time, the Safavids are coming into Sin. Oh my god. Just Blitz things. Chaos. And they're supporting themselves into Uzgen out of Turkestan. So Safavids and Russia are making up here. Um, yeah, so Ottomans thought Russia was working with them against the Safavids, but it was not true. Okay. Anything else interesting to say about this part of the world? We talked about this. We talked about this. Yeah, let's talk about Europe. That relationship was so weird. Yeah, wonky seems like that. Like very very fast and loose with alliances. He'll like stab you for a dot and continue working with you, and like get stabbed for a dot and then continue working with you, and like yeah, a very 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 interesting player. Yeah, it's very interesting. I think you just have to know that neither of you are going to take it too seriously if you get stabbed for a dot by wonky slipshod. Uh, he was Tokugawa in V1S as well, and there was a situation where Tokugawa was working with the Russian player against the Qing player, and every time Russia attacked Qing, Tokugawa would support Russia into Qing, like help them get centers off of Qing, and then they would like walk into one of Russia's upper centers in the back, and it was never agreed. Yeah, or lie to each other every single turn like we did. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, like we lied to each other every single turn. Like all of this, like every turn you see Mughals and Ming attacking each other was a turn where we had agreed that we would both do something completely different, and we both just entered orders to attack each other. And like neither of us took it too seriously until like there was a certain point where Safavids got kind of strong, and you were like, all right, like I'm putting the foot down, like we're not doing this anymore. Um, but yeah, until then it was quite interesting. But yeah, we never agreed on anything. I think there's just one turn in the middle where we say we're going to do something, and Ayutthaya proposes like an attack on Mughals, and he actually follows through with it. So um, yeah. Other than that, it's just stabs back and forth every turn. What else happens? Okay, chaos. Arabian Tamara. It's so hard to read this. This support is tapped, so Sanaa is safe, but this unit doesn't make it in because the support is tapped. Was that just a guess? Um, I think this unit always taps to Dura, right? So you're guessing whether it's going to be a supported attack into Sanaa or a supported attack into Kathiri. Support isn't tapped. Red Sea to Gulf of Tadura is tapped, right? And then Aden to. Oh wait, no, this isn't tapped, right? Because yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, so the support's not tapped because it's a supported attack into the province. Like you can't tap a support into yourself. Okay, so this was just guaranteed plus a den. Um, it looks like they have made peace with the standard borders that you make peace in. Aden is going to be force disbanded. Yeah. So it looks like Abyssinia and Ottomans are just chilling after having swapped Aden and Hawara. Um, which I think is about as well as it's going to go. I assume this is somewhat motivated by this insanity, which let's look at that. Uh, oh no. Oh, poor Ottomans. Okay. So Ottomans walk into Jassy and they get Targov East walked into. They support Austria into holding Pressburg while Austria dots them for Split. Oh, what a snake! What a snake! Oh, he's got Split now. All right. Um, yeah, I mean, Ottomans could have defended Targov East, right? But they chose not to help Austria, and this is how Austria repays Ottomans. Immediate stab. Um, they cover Athens. Okay. Wait, what is the point of this? What is the difference between this and entering Otranto support Split and Sarajevo to Athens? Sarajevo? Sarajevo. It's Europe. Um, I guess if you just trust the Austria player, then I mean, if you trust the Austria player, aren't these the same thing? Unless this was part of some agreement to like bounce Otranto and leave it empty, something like that. Austria's in Slavonia. Oh, so you want to like if this gets taken, you want to be able to bounce Austria out of Sarajevo? Yeah. Okay. Um, Damn. I just feel bad. Like this is brutal. Like I feel like Ottomans is coming up on the short end of every tactical choice that there is. If you trust the Austrians, there's no reason. Yeah, right. If you trust the Austrians, just do this. And if you don't trust the Austrians, then like also support like tap this or support hold this or you know do one of those things. I guess if you think that you don't trust the Austrians, then you think that Split is lost anyway, right? Because they can have Slavonia support in, so you should tap Slavonia or cover Targov East, or have double. You should just double. You could just double support here, right? Like, hmm. I mean, these moves are clearly saying like I want to work against Spain and for Austria, right? So yeah, I don't know what the press is here. It's just a really rough time. Core Rome. I feel like core Rome is usually kind of big, but also you could have had Florence. Um, so this is a weird thing that's going to come up. Well, has it come up yet? No, it hasn't come up yet. It might come up next phase. Um, oh, I don't know if East Coast Rome can support Milan to Florence. There's a bunch of weird stuff around coastal supports. Um, no, I think I had Hanyang support Fusan to Pyongyang EC. Um, so I think it doesn't matter, but this thing has another coast here, right? This should still be able to support Florence in. I don't know. Coasts are weird. I don't know how this works. Let's look at this other unmitigated disaster. Oh, they do move out of Ionian. They move out of Ionian, and they get both Tunis and Tripoli. It's so brutal. Oh, poor Ottomans is like, I help. I need help. I'm setting this unit up. Okay. These guys are just holding and coring. Um, oh, they didn't lose Barots. Oh, because they could hold from this. I see. But they did go for St. Helena, and France did not go for this because they wanted to cover reunion from Portugal. And Portugal was like, I am busy fighting the Netherlands. They finally get Madurai. Rabat for Canary swap. Another stab on the trade by Salt. This is never gonna get old. This is never gonna get old. Let's see if we can find a trade that they actually agree to. Lisbon, rip Lisbon, yes. I think at this point, yeah, Porto is also going to be dead next phase. Merida's going to get supported into Porto, and then yeah, it's really really bad for the Portuguese here. Yeah, and he keeps getting away with it. Yeah, I mean, like, what else was Regibot doing, dude? I don't know. It's again like especially with this situation too. Like you just have to know the stab is really tasty, um, but it is Blitz, and it's just really hard to keep track of this stuff. I'm just assuming this is like Blitz moments left and right. What else is happening? Yes, the guaranteed Iceland take. Um, is that a legal support? Utrecht can support Ghent. Interesting. Yeah. But it's a three-way supported thing. So France is getting Ghent. This is an anti like these three army builds were anti-Netherlands like you thought, and coring on the border, love it. Um, this reinforcement for Pressburg for Poland, and Bremen is gone too. Yeah, so it looks like a solid Swedish-Polish alliance, but I don't know what Livonia is about. This feels anti-Polish, right? But like at the same time, they're supporting Poland dots. I don't know what's going on. What else? Coring Bradalid. Oh, yeah. Blitz moment. Um, I mean, I don't think this unit could have done anything useful, but unless he thought Enershinabek was tapping Ojikri or supporting themselves to Ojikri. Oh, wait. They could have done this, right? If Inuit and France were collaborating, you have Illinois tap with Ojibwe, these two support into Ojikri, and you get Japuyan back. But clearly they were not fighting each other, right? They're friends. Yeah, you'd expect Poland Sweden to be anti-Russian, but it isn't. Yeah, I saw this in B1A too. It was interesting. So in B1A, Sweden, Poland, and Russia made a triple. And it lasted, I think, for almost the whole game. I think Russia might have stabbed Poland in like the final year, when it was clear that Ayutthaya was possibly going to solo, and Russia was the only person who could stop the solo. Um, and what ended up happening is that Russia just blobbed over here, um, to like 40, or like 30, something like that. Um, yeah, like 30, 35s, something close to 25%. Um, and off of VSCC, I mean. And Poland, I think Poland went like this way, and Sweden just like bashed their head against England like all game. Um, I think this was the point in in time where the map had Bergen as a province that England could go to in year one, and like Sweden never forgave England for Bergen. Um, but yeah, it didn't seem like a very productive triple. Like I think the reason it worked was that Sweden was small and very willing to spite England, I guess, rather than turning on one of the other two of them. Um, but that's armchair spectator analysis. So Yeah, for all that's worth, back to this game. Still no Sardinia, no Baleares. This is so dumb. Oh my god. This is like, God, this position is so good. It's ridiculous. Yeah, that alliance exclusively benefited. Were you in B1A? Oh, you were France in B1A. Yeah, I was gen specking that game. From like, oh, whoops, from almost the first year of the game. Um, and I joined because someone was like, "Oh my god, you have to look at this Mapuche stab." And then I ended up following what Portugal was doing, what Russia was doing, and then later on what Ayutthaya was doing. Yeah. Okay. Anything interesting in the New World, or maybe we can go to year three. Uh, Anti-France, like we were talking about. Okay, Mordstad is gone. No, Mordstad is still Dutch, right? They just supported themselves in because they were worried about Todos os Santos supporting Mordstad in. Okay, attempted anti-Aymara doesn't work. Yeah, oh, this stab is really brutal. Oh my god. Firebender. What happened last turn? Oh no. Like, even from here, it's just over. Wow. Yeah, and them getting attacked here too. It's just so bad. It's just really, really, really bad for them. If you're Ayutthaya in this position, like what do you do here? Um, I think this is what happens if you misread the relationship between. Well, this was arranged. I don't even know how to read this. Yeah, Mapuche with the middle chair, exactly. Like, clearly between Portugal and Mapuche, this is arranged. I I mean the fact that Mapuche slipped into Guarani behind them, and oh my god, it's so brutal. Um, I like, how do you do this? Is this just like a case of the moves leaking? Um, like why? Okay, here's what I think this is. I think this is Mapuche, Aymara telling Mapuche their moves, and being like, "I'm gonna go attack Portugal here. You support me," or something like that. And then Mapuche going to Portugal and leaking all the moves, and then coming up with this plan to let Aymara into Asuncion so you can take it back, and then take Coloma and Chapaya. No, wait, this doesn't work, right? Because they can't defend Barora. They can support hold from Barora. So Portugal is just giving up a dot to get Aymara killed. Yeah, yeah. Wow. And their support holding Barora. They didn't go for Madeira back. They had three in Madeira. This is so unlucky. Well, this is not a. I don't think shit people ever does anything but hold here. So right, you always. I think this is Blitz tactics moments. Um, I think you always get Madeira back. Oh my god, and they're disbanding. And Aymara's disbanding this year, so like Quelacolu is looking so juicy. It's just so over. It's just really, really over. I mean, okay, where are they at now? How negative did they go? One, two, three, four, five, six, 7 units, and they have their 4 home supply centers plus one, two, 3 neutrals. Yeah, yeah. So the 7 units, and they're losing Madeira and Chipaya and Kalama, and they're gaining Ascension, so they're -2, and probably another negative next year. It's just so brutal, dude. I don't know how much I have to say it. Uh, okay, rip, Aymara. They're gone. It looks like this is some kind of partial NMR from France. I mean, this support never works unless you think Spain is also on side, which would be odd. They also don't dot Puerto Rico, though. Oh, and Portugal's dying too? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, they were in Coral too. Oh, wow. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, it's really good. Yeah, I think the Portugal Netherlands fight is just so good for Mapuche. It's probably good for Congo too, right? Like, Congo is just pressing. GG Firebender, yeah. Who was the Mapuche player? Um, Mapuche Void. Okay, I don't know this player. Magus. Hello, Grimgriefer. Um, Megas, yes, yeah. Cool. They played. Okay, can we look at the press? Can we take a small divergent to look at the press here? Aymara, Mapuche. What's with Santiago? Oh, this is year one. I think we're fighting Portugal. Academic fleet and work, yeah. Yes, true. You're Portugal. Oh, cool. Hey, welcome. Um, it's been mostly me and Artyma, who's Mughals, talking about this game so far. So welcome in. Um, which of the Portugal players are you? Uh, are you Jaqob? Cool. Okay. And which parts of Portugal were you controlling? We were just talking about the disaster of this phase. This is so bad. Freaking salt, dude. Yeah, salt. Salt really salted. Okay, so Mapuche Mapuche Press. You should piece me out. Okay, I think this is the point where they've already stabbed, right? Yeah, now I have to disband too. So this is the talk after the phase. talk. Piece me out here. Okay. Did they dot Galapagos? Or they did not dot Galapagos. Okay. Support yourself back to a Suncheon. I think this is what they were talking about. Cordoba de Buenos. Okay, so here's the stab. I don't think it's actually that... the press is not that exciting. The Spanish and Portuguese press with Mapuche. Okay. I'm going to look at the Portuguese press because you're here. M goes before P. Thanks. Mapuche, Portugal. And we're looking at like 7 a.m.-ish press. That's how I'm figuring out the phases. Okay, Gangwei. Okay, yeah. So it's what we thought, right? It's Mapuche giving the moves to Portugal. You knew them from a different game. You knew the Mapuche player? Okay, yeah. And it's exactly like we thought, right? It's just Portugal and Dutch fighting. Yeah, cool. That was interesting. All right. The rest of the Americas. We talked about this already. This fleet, yeah, bothering England as designed. France stabs Dutch. I mean, I don't know if this is a stab. This is just a guaranteed take, like. And NMRs. Okay. We talked about this already. Let's go to the next phase. Oh. Yes, they're just mad. Please don't. I'm looking at these maps channel to pull out the new phases. Maps for each phase, one at a time. Okay. We're pinged in the main server. Why are we pinged in the main server? I'm an influencer now. Ping us to get the role. All right. Cool. Okay. Let's self-promote. Oh, I have to. Hi, can I please get the role? All right, back to the game. Maps. I'm in the wrong server. Maps. Winter builds. Let's do it. Okay, winter builds. What's happening here? I am +1. I'm +1 because I lost Qining, I lost Kunming, I gained Hainan, Hanoi, and Fusan. And I used the +1 to build a fleet here. And I think at some point here I was like, at commentators, like, what do you think about this fleet build? Because I was not super confident in it at the time. But I think it's just necessary. Like I think this fleet Okinawa just messes with me for the rest of the game if I don't put a fleet down. But this really pisses off Tokugawa. Like really pisses off Tokugawa. I think he miscounted my fleets. He was like 3 fleet Ming. Like that's horrible. Like you can't do that. That's like declaring perma war. And we're like gonna work together a little bit more for a little bit longer. But I'm gonna stab him for Pyongyang, and that's just the end of it. And we're gonna be basically death warring for the rest of this game. And I'm gonna continue putting down fleets. Yeah, I think like if I don't put down a fleet here, I just get like kind of ruined by Okinawa, and also like Kyoto. Like this is an anti-Ming build, right? Like you don't build Kyoto if you're intending to like convoy up, or maybe you convoy up if you're like if you just want the option, right? If you're trying to signal that you're pro Ming, you don't do this. This is like a I want to contest Korea build, right? Like this is holding open contesting Korea. Okay, so that's builds. Mughals has still got Pocket Surat and Kathmandu. And yeah, this position is looking really bleak for me at this point. I can probably pressure Kunming a little bit, but it's gonna be really hard to hold stuff. And Mughals is pressing here in the meanwhile. Yeah, and more fleet builds. Yeah, this is all fine. I imagine Netherlands and Portugal are disbanding at this point. I guess this is a pro peace with the Ottomans build. Yeah, Portugal just gives up on South Africa. Yeah, yeah, that's it's brutal. I mean, you're at war with everyone. There's just nothing you can do. Congo is having a really good game. Um, what else? Oh, yeah, yeah. Because of these moves, hostile builds between Safavids and Ottomans, which is kind of spooky. And it I don't know, more Spanish insanity. It's coming. I would be surprised if at least one of these units wasn't taken this year, or one of these centers wasn't taken this year. Um, Good for you. Yeah, really good for you. Like, did you have a part in getting the Ottomans to go anti-Safavids here, or was that something that they just chose to do on their own? Maybe they got tipped off or were told by Salt that the other people were attacking them and turn around. I don't know. Like, um, Fleet St. Louis. Huh. Fleet St. Louis. Okay. Nothing super overt. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Any builds in the New World that are interesting? Okay. Atha and Utah are building a lot. All right. Yeah, it feels like okay. Sonora's empty. That's how you know. Utah and Spain are chilling. I think like my read on this relationship is that if Utah and Spain fight each other in the beginning, um, then Atha is going to come in from the back. I mean, like, okay, this is exactly what I did in B1S. Oh, yeah, the rules are just like how to play diplomacy. There's a decent number of people who just watch my stream for Baldur's Gate or other things that I play that don't know diplomacy at all. So, yeah. Build in Shoshone. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's anti Atha, right? But like, I don't know. I guess you kind of. I guess this has the value that Atha can't just walk into all of these, you know. Um, but yeah, yeah. They do have a Lack Shack, I guess, so they can force Chinook or something, or maybe they want to go to Washoe to defend against Atha. Yeah, this is a pretty pro Atha build, and this is like the anti Atha build. Um, I wonder what their plan for Yokuts was. They weren't at war. Ah, let's look at the previous phase. Oh, they're working together here. They're working together against Inuit. And it just happened to be that oh, they supported Atha into the centers that they needed. Okay. Yeah, and now it's +3. They're still killing Inuit. All right, let's check the next phase then. Okay, a range bounce in Chinook. Yeah, they're still killing Inuit. Okay, they're just chilling. Cool. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like again, I don't know what the press was like between these players. Um, yeah, and clearly like Atha and Ute are still very much on side with each other. Um, this bounces. Ute is in Yupik now. Uh, I don't know if Gnome is forcible, but this is no longer a good game for Inuit. I think. Um, let's flip over to Ming. Spain just wanted you to not build in Gosute, maybe. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, Gosute, yeah, sure. Also, if you know that you're working with Atha here and you full trust them, then you want to backfill NEC. Okay, continued bouncing. Let's flip over to Ming. Yeah, so they do convoy here, and we agree to a East China Sea bounce. This is where it's like a little tense. Also here, I just ran out of time. I should have supported myself into Ho-Ho here. And I just didn't because I ran out of time for it. I also get Xining here in exchange for Ringpungpa. And this is the turn where Aitai is actually telling the truth about stabbing Mughals. Um, but yeah, they're also, of course, supporting themselves into Hanoi. So there's that. You're finally taking your pocket builds. Oh, you're gonna lose Raj Mahendra here? Is it disbanded? I think it's disbanded. Ouch. Yeah. Boo, don't stab you. Um, you did it to me first, so yeah, there's that. Um, I don't know what magic you pulled here for Sin to go back to Hera. I guess he was worried about this bounce. Something happened here. I never understood the dynamics between the three of you. It seemed like super duper dipsy doodly. Um, that's a totally different thing. Okay, yeah, fine, sure. You're just yeah, never stab Artyma. That's the number 1 rule of the game. um, see, you're in Udny, I guess. Or you're in yeah, yeah. We're just wiping Portugal. Um, what else is happening? Super anti-Dutch moves from Ayu. Yeah, they're still going to work against Cheng where it's in their interest here. And like probably next turn it's going to fall apart. You couldn't find your Portuguese unit in India, so just held instead of. Yeah, yeah. These units are so small, and these provinces are very tiny. Yeah, this is a blitz moment. This is a blitz moment. It's really unfortunate because there's nothing you can do now. Um, unless you somehow have England on side, which it doesn't really seem like. I don't know what your relationship with England was like at this point. Um, but I don't think I've seen a ton of cooperation, or maybe there just hasn't been opportunity for it in India. Don't know what's happening with staffs. Yeah. Okay, you're working with Portugal here. You just like support hold each other. Let's not die. Um, so that's. Is this where you retreat into Muscat here? That's actually kind of hilarious. Um, okay, what's going on with Ottomans? I'm following the Ottoman storyline and I'm invested. Oh no. Yeah, and the immediate stab after poor Ottomans is like, I just want to make peace. You just move there? Oh, damn. Brutal. Yeah, and you have Riyadh as a retreat if you want it to. Um, what is this convoy? This convoy is with the help of no. This is support on the fleet. So this convoy bounces, and oh god, yeah. The moment Ottomans trusted Abyssinia, it was just over. Um, and they go for the Sovereign Front at the same time, right? They have two in Banuro now. All right, what else is happening? Yeah, everyone's grabbing free dots on accident. Oh, rip. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And the Dutch dot them. The Dutch dotted Portugal or dotted England? Oh yeah, dotting Ottomans. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, this is pain, pain. Yeah, yeah. I think everyone is just seeing blood in the water at this point. Um, the core on Tunis is maximum disrespect. Okay, we're gonna get the they're gonna take the neutrals this year. Yeah, you're working against England here. Uh, France and Poland have stabbed. France and Spain are working together against Portugal now, but they have done the stabby stab. They pull into Iberian Current. Interesting. Yeah, like, is this all still pro Spanish moves? Like, or maybe they just weren't expecting the cooperation between Spain and. Well, okay, this is anti-French, right? Like, okay, maybe I'll wait for the outbreak to be over before asking the Portugal player what this was about. Uh, we can look over here. Let's look at non-Portugal things. Oh, it is anti-Russian. The Livonia move was anti-Russian. Um, or, I mean, this is not very anti-Russian, is it? This army is so hosed. Good guess from the Russian player. Though don't you just support hold here? I think this is a blitz moment. Okay. Um, ceding this dot to Austria, I guess. But while going to Stuttgart. Maybe they were trying to bounce Austria out of here. What happened here? Spain tried to work with Ottomans to support them into Adriatic, and Ottomans didn't take it because salt. And then Austria tapped Ottomans. Hey, meme. The hope is a Savoy bounce. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Um, Yeah, we've been watching the Spain stabs Ottoman storyline, and the fact that these neutrals have been empty until 1644 is is something really wild. Does this go through? This support stays, right? So I don't think it goes through. Yeah, everyone is just dogpiling poor Ottomans. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Like, Tbilisi's always lost. Oh, thank you for following. The follows are anonymous, so don't want to just like that's fine. That's who didn't want you to contest the med. Yeah, okay, so this is like the A Marseille, right? Like I feel like this happens fairly often. Like France goes for course or something and then builds F Marseille and you know, uh war. um yeah, I'm curious what your thoughts on that are. Like my feeling about that is that it's like Marseille is just kind of Spain's whenever Spain wants it. Um in the current map. I don't. Maybe that's kind of an extremist take on the position. But like, I don't know. Maybe the appeasement policy is the way to go. Okay. What else? This is interesting. Like hold Chamba instead of covering Tripoli. Possibly also a blitz moment, or maybe it's arranged with Ottomans. I don't know. Because they didn't dot Sicily here. Yeah, Otto's and Austria side with you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And Otto's and Austria working together in the long term just feels very untenable. Like Austria needs to kill Ottomans to win, and I think both players will just be aware of that. So like, I think with strong play, that's just not a serious option. Uh, yeah. Okay. What else? What else is happening? Um. Okay. Just friendship between Congo and Ajuran. I assume this is just intentional, like arranged bounce or arranged moves. Not taking Mapondo. Oh, I don't really understand this. Oh, Portugal opening the new front against. Oh, we're gonna get that tone. Um, yeah, the inting between Netherlands and Portugal has been it's been brutal. It's really been brutal. I'm curious. So the Portugal player, Jaqob, like, did you come into this game with a plan of like going anti Netherlands, or did they come into the game with a plan of going anti you here? Like, what happened? Um, oh, I asked both questions, so I don't know what the answer to yes was. I don't know what the question yes was the answer to. Um, VC, yeah, sure. I have never figured out how to make this work before, so we might just be doing a little bit of like impromptu debugging of Discord. Um, but if you want to join that Discord and then hop into the voice channel, I will too, and we'll see how horrible the echo is. Um, oh, am I getting? Where was the? I asked to be made an influencer. I'm purple now. Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Um, time to immediately self promote in the influencer channel. Uh, where is the influencer channel? Okay, they had a to-do list that they followed closely. I haven't watched the Portugal video yet. It doesn't work at the moment. God damn it. Um, I can't paste into Twitch chat either from there. Can I do it here? Hidden use copy button. I hate you. How do you do this? Like, there's supposed to be a way to do it, right? Like, is this like streamer mode trying to not dox me? It's fine. All right. Yeah, there we go. Great. I can be doxed. Join the Discord. I'm just chilling in this channel. Um, I don't know how it's gonna work with like delay and stuff. It might just be miserable. But if you want to hop into the chat, please do. And maybe I should not push to talk. Okay, you're in the channel. Hello. Hi. If you want to say words, we'll see what the delay looks like on stream. I can't hear you right now.
Oh boy.
Okay, I hear you now.
The
So,
delay is very wild.
maybe you want to turn off the stream or just mute the stream while we're talking.
Yeah, there we go.
All right. So this is extremely jank, but we'll try to make it work. So you wanted to talk about what was going on with the plan between Netherlands and Portugal, and from the beginning of the game.
Yeah, so a couple things went wrong 01 that kind of led to the rest of the game going as it did. The main thing was the two main things were the England bouncing us in Africa.
England bounced you in Africa. Uh, is that fall?
In fall. They bounced us
In Nyani.
Nyani.
Interesting. Okay. Okay. And the other one was it this?
I can't hear you right now if you're...
Oh, God damn it! I'm talking on the stream. So was Indonesia the other problem? Portugal's very quiet on stream. Okay, let me try something real quick. Portugal's gonna blow out my ears on Discord, but you should be able to hear okay now.
Hello?
Meme, is that better? You might need to wait for the delay. Great. Okay, it's better. Portugal, you good?
Yep.
All right, so they're good with you now. If you wanna get back to chatting about what else.
So, the plan. So I had a good chat with the Germans playing England before the game started, and I thought that would go well into the game. We could work closely together. You know, we have India. Um,
Yeah.
but they were a little off their game. 01. They misordered in India, so they didn't get their build there.
Yeah.
And then also they bounced us in Africa, and that was an accident. They just didn't realize that our fleet was just moving there.
Oh no. Okay, that's brutal.
And so in diplomacy, an accident is never really an accident. But that was I kind of took that too strongly when they didn't mean it, but it definitely made the game a lot harder.
Yeah, that's kind of painful. Like the combination of them denying you a build, and then you know, I feel like normally there's this like advantage of collaborating on Hyderabad in India that you get, um, but that didn't happen either. So just
Yeah,
very rough.
it didn't go well. Before the game started, I'm like, okay, we're gonna have a united India where we can all push outwards. The biggest problem I thought about that is that Ayutthaya would have too many fronts, or would have too many fronts that they wouldn't be able to pressure the Dutch. But that didn't really matter. We just lost the Indonesia, I think.
Yeah.
We this was related to the Mapuche building armies instead of fleets as well. We were kind of hoping for Mapuche support later, and we didn't get Donnie the core there. It just everything went wrong.
Where was Mapuche supposed to build
Uh,
a an army in year one or year
they
two?
next year two, I think, is where they build.
Year two. Ah, yeah,
Yeah,
that doesn't
two
look so
armies
hot.
there. That oh, he asked me. He was like, "Yo, I'm thinking about armies versus fleets here," and I was like, "You know what? You're in charge in this region. I'm fighting the Dutch. Do whatever you want to do." And he was like, "Okay then," because I didn't have much time to look over here. After he had 5 armies in South America, that's when I looked over here and I'm like, "Oh, that is there's zero world where that ends well long term."
Yeah. Looking at this, it's like it's just a matter of time before you get rolled. Um,
Yeah, and the plan was long-term alliance with Mapuche, so that was a huge mistake.
yeah, I'm curious also about like what you had in your plan. Like I think Meme was mentioning that you had a to-do list that you followed. So like, what else was on
Yeah.
the to-do list?
Uh, Let me bring it up actually. Um, there we go. My O1 plans doc. Okay. Because we talked a lot beforehand, and we had a plan for how it was gonna go. A couple. These aren't even on the to-do list, but things that my counterpart was supposed to do and sadly did not do most effectively. We were supposed to do a colony swap sort of thing with France, where
Okay.
we get their colony in Africa.
All right. All right.
And they moved south in the fall instead of the spring. They were supposed to contest Fort Jaqob, or Jacob Fort,
Yeah.
and they move in the fall instead, leaving Poland just chilling there, which they became an ally later and were very helpful with having us keeping dots somewhere on the map. Uh, but it did not go. We were just supposed to, because we were going to trade for that. They eliminate Poland, and then suddenly it's just us in England, and we can negotiate. We neighbor them in some places, so we can negotiate for those dots, and then we're in a position where we can just control all of that area. And oh, what's that? It's the Dutch, and so we can fight into the Dutch, and then we have this huge area where we can just get builds from at little cost.
I see. So your plan was like long-term alliance with England here. Um, sorry, I need to talk with. I need to remember to talk with Push to talk on, so both you and the stream can hear me. So the long-term plan here is like uh, alliance with the English, right? You're already working together in India, so that's like a solid alliance, and you try to get France out of here basically, either via some kind of negotiation for a swap, or just forcing Poland out, right? What were
Uh,
you supposed to get for in exchange? What was France supposed to get for the St. Louis colony?
if you look in South Africa, so I feel the colony there is not one of Portugal's best ones. I feel like it doesn't do too well a lot of the time. If either Congo or Adron or France get a little big, you can just get kind of dogpiled there. So I came into mind with this colony not being a real long-term colony. If we kept it for long enough, we could pincer the French with Mapuche support. But the Mapuche built armies instead of fleets, and we lost the colony. We just couldn't afford builds there because we lost so many against the Dutch, and we had the English build we lost, and it did not go well.
Yeah, that's brutal. I think like a fair bit of what I've been seeing in this patch is like Congo and Dutch fighting each other, and then you can work together against Congo. But I guess
Yeah,
if Dutch is not really on side with you from the beginning, then that's also it's not a thing that's going to happen, you know.
yeah. The hope was Congo would fight the Dutch, and they did not like ever.
Interesting. Yeah. So okay, this was another thing I was thinking like about this wave is like I think a lot of Congos got ruined by not going to Lopez Bay or Loango. And Dutch just often just went in and kind of ruined them. But I see here, like in O1, that they bounced Lopez Bay and kind of kept it clean from there, which is like, it seems like a strong collaborative play on their part. Um, and yeah, that also
Yeah.
seemed to have a hand in your untimely demise in South Africa.
Yeah, the zero build South Africa was the real thing that sealed it, but that
Oh,
started it. I also
oh, wow.
yeah, I think O1 we just built zero there. Yep.
Yeah, I missed that.
So that's everyone just saw blood in the water. No matter people didn't, I feel like think long term, but this the problem with Blitz is that you don't have time to think. Um, so in the end, Congo kind of got all of this area, but everyone saw Portuguese blood in the water, no builds, and just went for it.
Yep, yep, yep. Yeah, Congo really made out like a bandit with their ability to keep a solid relationship with the Dutch. Okay, meme is talking in chat, and yeah, this is the other side of the offer, right? Like I feel like South Africa is a very strong Portuguese area, so I was very surprised by the offer, but happy to accept. So was the offer to trade all of South Africa for the West African colony?
No, basically the southern neutrals
Okay,
and potentially later the last part of Madagascar.
okay, like Sakalava.
Yeah, because we'd be getting like, in my mind, we get like 8 centers in exchange for this. So I was very happy to accept. But France moved in the fall instead of the spring, and then built, and that was not the deal in my mind.
Okay. So the deal was that France would not build in winter in West Africa, and that would be how you arrange the swap.
The deal was they would boot out
The
the
Polish.
Polish.
Yeah, gotcha.
So
Yeah,
they boot
so
out the Polish, and then we trade for those centers, and then we get all that area. And yeah, that was I. There was a lot of miscommunication between the two Portuguese players as well, especially with relations to England. It,
okay.
it was it was like, yeah, we're fighting England, right? And I'm like, yeah, I think we're over here, but I don't know. And he was like, okay, I'll try to dot him, I guess. And then we were trying to dot him, and we got a couple of pings from England that I did not respond to.
Okay. Yeah. Blitz, and two people in a country is also just really, really rough. Um, Meme was asked to go to Indikaru, so he just decided to get the meme to go there and fall. Yeah. I mean, this is the way.
Yeah. So we were not the most clear, and again, this trade we were potentially going to go back on it later with Mapuche. So this wasn't really a abandonment of that whole southern area, but a potential just delay of getting those centers. Um, but everything went south though, so I don't think we had builds like after O1, I think.
Oh God, yeah, that's a colonial moment if I've ever seen one. Yeah, I'm curious. Like, so both for you and for me, you seem to have very different evaluations of the South African area. I like my feeling about this is that this like colony in French South Africa is like surprisingly strong. Um, like I think if it gets rolling, then Portugal often has a really tough time. Um, but I do also like see all these games where Portugal just absolutely rolls, right? Like they kill Congo, um, they blast the French out. And so I'm curious what your thoughts are there about like the balance.
So the standard balance generally goes along that. But again, I had this elaborate plan where, we're fighting the Dutch. And so I had Congo in our list of allies for this game. So I didn't see them as a target. Another negative is that they did that bounce in Lopez Bay, which means they did not take Benguela with a fleet. They took it with the army, which led them to be able to just stomp on us when we didn't build there.
Yeah. Winter builds. They got a fleet in Walvis Bay. Wow, not even next to St. Helena. Yeah, this is like full heading in your direction in Africa.
Yeah, I feel like there was a lot of mistakes and there was a lot of bad luck, and it ended with us in what 20 first place, I think.
Oh man. Yeah, rough, very rough. Um, okay. So maybe we should just move to fall now. I think we've talked about everything that's going on here in spring. I am going to swap over to the fall map and start talking just here again. Um, is this the right server? No, it's not the right server. Fall 1643, is that where we are? No, fall 1644. Thank the Lord that we're not still in 1643. This is gonna be a long one at this rate. Oh, this is 1645. 1644 results. Here we go.
Oh, I just realized I never mentioned the Spanish press in the early game.
Oh, sure, go for it.
So a big thing was Spain, of course, with their with with Salt there was telling us, "Yo, the Dutch are gonna death war you." I watched their video and they saw our moves and they were like, "Okay, these are clearly anti-Dutch. They're going against the Dutch. We got to get these guys to fight each other." And so they went to the Dutch and they were like, "Yo, Portugal's gonna death war you. Look at these moves. They're definitely death warring you." And so they told me they're death warring. They told them we're death warring, and I think I underestimated the outside press because everyone looks at this and they're like, well, the relation is just so good between the Portuguese and the Dutch most games, or at least for the beginning, that there's no way they'd stab. But because of this meddling of the Spanish, and if I had fully understood the effects that Sultan King of Prussia would have on this, I would have just not stabbed. I would have just moved into South Atlantic and been like, yo, these were just normal moves. I don't know what you're freaking out about. You're trying to cover things. And then because they cover their stuff and miss out on builds, we take advantage of that in like 02, 03.
That is such peak Salt gameplay, or at least what I know reputationally of Salt. That's really impressive, honestly. I don't know what else to say, but I'm impressed by them. And man, yeah, I'm sorry it worked out that way for you.
It was fun. I had a good time.
All right, I'm gonna flip to talking about 1644 fall, and I'm gonna stop holding the push to talk button down because it's kind of hurting my finger.
Yeah,
But if you have anything to say, then I will flip back to the push to talk in collaborative chat mode.
Alright, sounds good.
All right. So yeah, here we are in 1644 fall. I am stabbing who? Wait, didn't we just talk about? Oh, these are the moves that I didn't make in the spring, right? I was like, isn't this the same thing? They entered the same moves, but this time I do enter the support. So I do get Ho-Hot here, and I get Pyongyang. This was a question that I had to ask the GMs for, like, what's legal here? You didn't know Asia existed? Yeah, I know, right? I mean, meme, like, most of my game, this was my view of the game, right? Like, actually, I didn't have Uzgen here. I just had this. I was like, I need to know who's an NPO. And this is how I played the game. I think I like looked here at the beginning of the game, and when I look back here, maybe on this phase, and I was like, oh, Portugal's dead. Yeah, I never looked at North America a single time. Me neither. Yeah, I don't think I even looked at North America during the break. I was like, I went to take a shower and like go get a bagel to eat. And yeah, this could not be more irrelevant to me in a Blitz game. Maybe in a full press game, I would be trying to press with some of the players here and be like, I don't know, trying to nudge things slightly in my favor, or just build a report for being friendly with whoever wins, but not in this situation. Okay, yeah. So here, so this was a question for the GMs, right? Is this support legal? And like it is. Oh, this is also a stab of Ching, by the way. They thought I was supporting them, and And this is one that they were really unhappy about because they told me they explained this after the game, but I didn't really understand why they were so mad at it about it initially. Um, they viewed having Pyongyang, like their core, as really key for their anti-Toku abilities later. Like they wanted to be able to put down Fleet Pyongyang EC. And they felt like because I had Pyongyang, they were not able to put up a like serious offense against Toku. And that's why they told me they turned on me. I don't know if that's really like true, like if that's a correct tactical assessment, because in what world are you getting builds and like how are you leaving Pyongyang open? There's always going to be so many enemy units around you. There's going to be units in Korea. There's going to be Japan and Oriental Sea. Like leaving this open for a build feels very, very dicey. Um, yeah, so I just I think we never really communicated about our relative opinions about the importance of Pyongyang, and like because of that, they just assumed that I was out to get them or something, or that I was sabotaging their anti-Toku attack, and I don't know, just didn't end up well for either of us or our relationship. You never looked at North America. You learned the Spanish and English were fighting after watching the KOP video. Yeah, same. Yeah, I just looked at it and I was like, oh, like France and England and Spain at the top of the scoreboard during the break, and England not at the top of the scoreboard during the break. Okay. um, yeah, we'll get there soon enough. So yeah, that was a question about rules, and then this is a question I had to go ask the GMs, and then one of the angels had to boot it up and backstab her of like, is this support legal? Like, can Hamyong support Shangjing to Pyongyang West Coast? And can Fusan hold Pyongyang West Coast? And the answer to both of these was yes, which I did not know before I made the spring moves, but was just very, very lucky that that was an answer that turned out in my favor. Um, yeah. I assume Haishin Y hold and not supporting Hamyong is a Blitz moment. We hadn't agreed that he was going to tap this. Um, because if he had agreed, then I might have moved. But I would never. I don't know. I never leave Pyongyang here. Actually, I don't know what matters. Um, yeah. So this is brutal. This stab. Maybe we'll wait for the ad break to end to talk about the stab. Sorry for people on YouTube. You have to deal with the vagaries of Twitch live streaming. People randomly coming in, re-explaining the rules, all that sort of thing. 5 seconds left. Okay. So it seems like people are back. This stab was so good for Toku, right? They get into Evans, they get into Sahelian, they get into Haishin Y. They are getting more out of this stab than I am for going and teaching, I think. And that's something I didn't really appreciate until like after the game. Um, yeah, like look at this position. There's nothing that Ching can do against the stab. Um, I don't know, like what the moves were here that caused them to have such a rush time. Oh, they were pushing Russia here. They were trying to get this dot in Irkutsk, and they wanted me to work with them against Toku and Russia, I guess. Yeah, this is just rough. If you're committed to fighting both Toku and Russia as Ching, then I don't know. I feel like these want very disjoint sets of units, and I don't know. Maybe if you're doing that, like backfilling all this stuff and trying to get Pyongyang is not the move. Yeah, rough time all around. So yeah, they get this brutal stab where they go up 3 versus Ching, and I get 1 dot here, and I get 1 from Ching. So we're both +2, I guess. So I don't know. Maybe it's okay. And then the Dipsy Doodle continues. Ayutthaya flips back to the side of the Mughals. So what happens here? I'm keeping Xining. Oh, whoops. How do I? All right. I'm keeping Xining. I am blitzing myself into not doing anything with this Kunming order. Yeah. And Mughals is also playing defensively and trying to get Kunming. So I have tapped just Hanoi, right? So, and I'm supporting with 2. So I think that he gets, yeah, they will get into Kunming here. Yeah, this is bad. Fighting Toki here just feels kind of impossible with Qing, even with allies. There are just so many fleets on the coast. Yeah, yeah. So this was like a discussion I was having earlier about Qing and Ming fighting Toku. Like, I think the moment is here, right? Like, once you can't outcompete Toku on fleets anymore, it feels just kind of over. Because I tap with Hainan. Um, but there's 3 supports, right? There's Lan Na supporting in, and there's Rinpung Pa supporting in, and I didn't tap Rinpung Pa. Yeah, no worries. And of course, in a delightful bit of treachery, right? Backfill Obama. These 3 centers, just the gift that keeps on giving. And because he backfilled Bamo, I get to retreat into Ava here. It's so dumb. It's so dumb, and I'm a huge fan. um, yeah, I'm not sure whether this was tactically correct. Like, I feel like I feel like I could have read harder into the fact that uh, they never take Xining if I enter the right orders and just try to do the right thing. Me being Ava was awesome. Yeah, so it's fine. Yeah, you were irked. Yeah. Um, yeah, me being an Ava was really disruptive, and it gave me a lot of leverage over Ayutthaya too. I end up just supporting myself back to Kunming, and I think Ayutthaya goes back to Bamo or something. It's another dipsy doodle. But yeah, I think maybe like okay, of course, like hindsight being 2020 and all that, you can do other things. But I don't know. I don't really like to say hindsight being 2020 and like stop thinking, because often like you can actually think and then come up with a better answer. So I'm curious what the right tactics are here. Like if you think Kunming is toasted, um, what do you do? Right? Like tapping Sangpa and Ringpungpa maybe, or tapping yeah, maybe that's a move, right? If I tap both of these, um, then if Rinpungpa is supporting Sangpa in, then it gets cut. And if you're getting supported into Xining, I lose Xining, but I keep Rinpungpa. So that doesn't lose me anything in terms of centers between these two, but it does tap the support, and it would have meant I kept Kunming. Um, okay, so that's something I could have done. Um, the other option is just like give up on Kunming. Just say like, hey, I'm not going to keep this because they are going to try for it. Um, and if I know that, then I can do some really interesting stuff, right? Like, uh, I can support myself to Hanoi and cover this. Um, I could, yeah, I feel like that's just the main thing you do, right? I don't know what else you do if you decide not to defend Kunming. You would never give up on Kunming, yeah. I, I mean, obviously, long term having IU in Kunming is disastrous. Yeah, yeah. This was okay. So maybe this is the okay. So yeah, now I'm slowly remembering what my thought process was. I was assuming the Lanna support hold on Hanoi here. Um, so maybe that's why I thought I could get away with not involving this unit, and I stopped thinking about whether there was a better move set here. Um, like I assumed that I was just holding this by with this tap because of the Lana support hold. Yeah, yeah. So it is just a guessing game. Um, and yeah, so the other thing that you'll see is this bounce in Nanjing and Okinawa, and that is going to happen for a very long time. Um, these are all arranged. It's just Tokugawa's annoyed with me for having had like making them do this, and I'm like, I don't know, I had to do it, bro. Like, I I can't have you walking into East China Sea and Yellow Sea. It's just not the survivable position for me. Yeah, you'd assume that. Yeah, yeah. Um, but it's fine. Like the retreat, the simultaneous Ayutthaya stab on Mughals makes it not so bad for me here because of the retreat into Ava. Okay, yeah, that's enough about this theater. Let's look at the rest of the board and figure out what I missed in the rest of this game. Um, yeah, so we do follow through on Irkutsk. A lot of taps. Hydrate. Thank you, Crypto. I'm gonna get some water real quick. Um, I hope this is at least some degree of entertaining for you, Crypto, despite not being a diplomacy player, other than the time that Brittany stabbed you in high school. Um, yeah, okay. And the other big thing about this phase is look at this. So finally, Safavids and Russia seem like they're on the same page. Caspian Sea back to Astrakhan. It looks like there's some level of stabbing happening here, right? Like it looks like the Safavids was supposed to vacate this, but like this is scary or it's relevant because there are now three armies on the Mughals front, and this gets Mughals kind of spooked and willing to legitimately work with me at this point in the game. Up until now, like we just have conversations every phase where we just like say like, oh yeah, let's work together and do this or work together and do that, and neither of us has ever followed through on any of those things, and we just keep doing it because it's fun. Um, but yeah, between these three armies here and this Kunming retreat to Ava, it starts to feel like we can actually pull something together here. Um, and then in a bit we'll see what happens to Ayutthaya, and it's unfortunate. Um, India, finally, Surat, finally, after all this. Um, oh yeah, don't worry. I think there's still another phase or two of us stabbing here. I don't think we've hit the break yet. Uh, um, yeah, so you get Udni, you get Cornwall. England and Portugal are still trying to work together here, but the trust just isn't there. And yeah, they take the guaranteed dot in Madras instead. Well, it's not guaranteed, right? It wouldn't have been guaranteed if Andhra didn't go to Madras. You needed the dot. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's just no world where this doesn't get tapped, right? Yeah, so yeah, that's very understandable. Let's go for the dot. Um, yeah, yeah. This has been a brutal game for the relationship between Portugal and England. And this has also been a blitz moment, right? One of the blitz moments of all time. I assume this was meant to be support hold here, and some iteration of changing orders that's got lost. I like really was not having a great time with 20 minutes for like 10 to 12 moves. Where am I? I had 10 centers here. Um, like this was rough for me, so I can't imagine where's Portugal at this point. 21 centers, yeah, and England 24 centers, yeah, with two players. Even then, it's like it's a lot. It's really a lot, and I can't imagine like at this point like I don't know, CaptainMeme and Salt and Ezio and KOP are probably just very overwhelmed. I started talking to the Spanish player later in the game, and I think like a very common refrain was KOP telling me Salt is panicking about tactics. We don't have enough time. um, but yeah, this is brutal, but it's Blitz. What are you gonna do? Tapping Brattlid? Oh, you didn't tap Brattlid here actually, and they walked out.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah,
Oh, I remember this moment. Uh, he was complaining about that this is the one time he didn't tap Rattlelid, and that was the time it was open.
yeah. I mean, it felt kind of necessary to not tap it though, right? Because you always, or well, you could have support held with Iberian here. Support held Azores with Iberian here to hold that against the Spanish, and then tapped Brattlid. But also, I don't know, like how much value you place on tapping Bradalid. Like,
I mean, we managed to dot him for 2 later.
you dotted who for 2 later?
England, we got Bradalid and Bermuda in 1 year.
Nice. Yeah. Okay. So that's the Atlantic. What else is happening? You're taking Cormonton from the Africans. Oh no, they thought you were gonna convoy them in. Oh my god. The English Channel Fleet. Yeah, yeah, the English Channel Fleet was quite hilarious. I say that having known of its existence for all of 10 seconds. Um, but like Plymouth is just full clear here, isn't it? Yeah, yeah, I imagine.
Yeah, we take it.
Yeah, yeah. You win those, you take those. Okay. Um, our friends, the Spanish and Ottoman storyline. It gets better. Oh, what else am I missing, Artyma? The stab at the convoy. Is there any other England Portugal stuff, or are you just talking about next phase? Rip Newfoundland. Just a later move. Okay, we will get there. Um, yeah, the Atha Ute seems like it's just holding at this point. Um, and Inuit and France are working together. Okay, this is also just blitz moments. But they don't actually go for Ojibwe here. They try to support Spain. Everyone's playing very defensively, and they're not sure what the other people are going to do, which is understandable. It's blitz, like chaos, and you don't really know who to trust. Catawba, great. Sante. Oh, this lets you get into. No, this doesn't do anything. There's 3 on Florida Current. Bouncing Sonora. Holding Yokots. I'm going to call that a blitz moment too. Maybe you think it can't do anything. You don't think that NEC has any chance of going in. This is your first time properly looking at an A. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Uh, oh, yeah, you weren't even the NA player. Yeah. Um, you just have to be like, how many builds are we getting, and then where do we allocate them? And then that's the end of it. What's happening here? Poland is getting kicked out of the region. We are still fighting. Okay, blitz moment. You get Havana. You force Havana. You have Belize too. I can't wait for the video. Yeah. If you guys do put out a video about it, I would be very interested in watching. That's yeah. I think that there's just a lot to learn from players who are strong and players who do well. Like what did they catch? What did they not catch? Yeah, rip the Dutch. R.I.P. Fleet New Amsterdam. '07. Is there anything else? Ah, the coalition firebender storyline. Um, yeah, I mean nothing to say here. I mean, firebender is just getting ruined. There's just
Yeah, it was very funny. Before the game started, we had this hit list of like 3 people: the Dutch, Aymara, and Safavids, I think, of who we were gonna just like make enemies 01. And so, literally before he even got Aymara, Aymara was cooked.
oh wow, interesting.
Yeah, and Spain was very happy to work against Aymara as well. And so the second I found out that he had a past of being coalitioned, I'm like, well, oh boy.
Yeah, it's kind of like a I don't know. I imagine it's like a self-reinforcing meme. I've never played with Firebender, and like I don't know if if his press is what like creates this like coalition thing, or whether it's just a meme, and then people just like are just a little bit more willing than usual to jump on him or
Yeah,
them.
his
I don't know
press.
their pronouns.
Yeah, their press seemed pretty fine. They did not work. They said they were gonna do stuff and then did not do stuff, but we didn't do stuff either. And then we coalitioned them.
Yeah, very understandable. Oh man, this double support into Bahia is brutal. Um, yeah, it's another dot lost.
Oh my goodness, that hurt real bad actually. That just lost us this whole colony.
Yeah, yeah, it's well, you have progress here on Barora and Assumption, but
Yeah, but
you're losing in the north.
Mapuche stabs later though, and with the armies from earlier.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. These armies he built down here, yeah, they're going to the places we thought that they were going, which is to your border. uh,
Yep.
yeah, that's rough. Core Buenos Aires is interesting. I guess he's not going for you yet.
Yeah, I think that was part. We had a very good relationship in our earlier game. We weren't neighbors; they were Mapuche and we were Inuit. But we fished a lot.
Okay.
Uh, we had the server with the most fishing out of any server, and we had equal amounts of fishing. And it was basically both of us that carried the entire fishing. Rest in peace, Fishbot. But so that carried into this game and gave me a little more goodwill than I should have been allowed. Which I was very happy when I found out they were playing Mapuche again here. Uh, but it can only go so far when you're playing with diplomacy players.
Yeah, yeah. In the end, it's people might give you a little bit more leverage, but they're not going to throw everything away just for a pre-existing relationship. The pro-fish meta strats, yeah. This is how you know, right? Like sometimes the memes really matter. Um, I really enjoyed back in whatchamacallit, uh, the 6 weeks of chaos video that Dimple Strats made, like this discussion about the memes with like never gonna give you up, the Nostradamus thing. I don't know if you've watched that video, um, but
I
yeah.
think I have, but they're like what? How many hours long?
Oh, it's
And I watched them a
it's
while ago.
it's so long. It's very Dimple Strats. I'm gonna swap over to stop having my finger hold the push the top button.
Yeah,
Um,
you're good.
so there was this moment where I think Meme was talking about how he was communicating with someone and saying like that their messages started with the first letter of each letter of "never gonna give you up," and so they like rickrolled someone by like encoding a message in their press, and that became relevant later. Like it's a game about relationships between people, so it's like I guess it shouldn't be surprising, but sometimes it is that just the silly memes and things like that end up mattering a lot. Okay, that's this storyline. NA we looked at. We lost the thread of the Ottoman storyline. Um, yeah, I mean Ottomans can't catch a break, dude. Look at this. Hey, I'm still going. Yeah. Hey, it's 3 hours and 23 minutes, and we are on 1644. We are on pace for you know beating Diplostrats in terms of how long we're going to talk. Welcome in. Um, I think part of the thing that slowed this down is my interest in learning what happened on the other parts of the board that I wasn't on. Um, which means like looking at NA and be like, oh, that was a thing that happened, and then looking at Africa and be like, oh, this region existed. I didn't know, and they did this on this phase. Okay. um, you got more slack from the Germans, England as well. Are you okay? Oh, because you had some like pre-existing relationship with them from previous games. The captain of memes using memes as strategy and diplomacy is awesome. Yeah, I gotta ask CaptainMeme, like, is that naming intentional? All pre-game. Okay. Banter. Oh, like in like the public square channel, you just like banter in public press. Um, It's in a game you had for 20 years. Okay. Yeah, but like, was it motivated by interesting memes from back in the day? Okay, unrelated. Um, yeah, this name I've had not for 20 years, though it's gonna get close. Uh, Maybe more like 15 or 17 or something like that. Um, and it's also like surprisingly apt for diplomacy, despite me never having heard of diplomacy at that point. CaptainMeme, deep lore. All right. This is why you check out the Third Monkey YouTube VODs, or definitely don't check out the Third Monkey YouTube VODs. The channel is shit. Um, but all right, here's the drop. It was CaptainMeme. Yeah. Okay, that's very interesting. Yeah. So like so my name Third Monkey, it comes from this story about three monkeys who are like trying to allocate like a piece of bread between each other. Like the first and second monkey have this bread, um, and they're like trying to split it between each other, and they like cut it, and it's like not quite in half. So the third monkey like takes a little piece, and is like, all right, now it's even. And the other monkeys like complain, and the first and second monkeys complain in turn about like how the third monkey took just like a little bit too much to make it half. Um, and then the story ends with the third monkey just taking the entire piece of bread, basically, and the first and second monkeys being even on like nothing. Um, so I feel like that's a name that's like very apt for diplomacy, or at least that meaning of that name is very apt for diplomacy. You know, like balance of power or whatever. Uh, yeah, exactly. Um, Originally, so that was the name I picked when I was signing up for a Risk website. Back when I did not realize that Risk was a deeply uninteresting game. Um, and yeah, it was out there too. So I suppose it's not totally coincidence that it was also a diplomacy app for diplomacy. You know, similar enough things. Yeah, it really is. I mean, like, there's so many games where like you just why like Risk, Monopoly, Candyland. Like, why are you doing these? Like, why just put on like a good TV show? Like, do anything. Watch a movie. If you want to play a board game, like I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna stop gatekeeping here because like if people want to play those things, I shouldn't make them feel bad about it, and it's like not my it's their prerogative. Um, I just personally find no interest in that. Uh, I just don't think like any of these games are tactical enough, or like there's an interesting enough decision space to do anything that like makes me feel like I am getting my time's worth. Uh, I want them to have a good impression of board games. Indeed, I am a big board game fan. I just I guess my taste is not the pop culturally relevant board games. All right. The Ottoman storyline. We keep getting distracted. Um, okay, support holding, support holding. Okay, and the flippity doodle from Abyssinia here. Are we full sending Ajuran? We are anti Ajuran. Yeah, and the tap on this support. So yeah, everything bounces. Yeah, so Ottomans and Abyssinia are working together. I'm a fan. I like this. Uh, Good. Oh, and you walk into yeah. Mughals walks into Muscat. Mughals walks into Muscat. Yeah, it would have happened even if they held. They would have retreated into Muscat. And yeah, the very correct um, filling of Riyadh for the retreat. So I don't know. Maybe you did want units up here, but now like Safavids have just totally broken through the line. Like this is just the end. Constantinople is gone. Jassy is gone. Ojakiv is gone. It's so over. Oh my god. This is also a Blitz thing, right? Like they moved Allfold in and they also moved Banat in, but they supported Allfold in. I might lose Sarajevo for it. Ottomans are useful for as a vassal for you in Spain, not really because of their excellent tactics, but because you got a lot of dots very quickly. Oof, yeah, yeah. I So I think Artyma's also played with the Ottomans player. They were IU and they soloed in B1A. Blitz needs a point and click interface so badly. It really does. Um, this stuff is like pretty. It would be really like pretty compelling to do just as like a software project, but I don't know. I'm a professional software engineer, and sometimes feels like if I contribute my time to working on programming stuff outside of work, that I'm just working more. You know, like sometimes I just want to break and to do something totally different. Um, but that would be very very cool to have. You're glad you had Istanbul and the Constantinople already. Yeah, yeah, classic. um, okay, I oh, just and they support held you here. Nothing goes through here, right? Just Spain getting their neutrals. There's one in development, but I don't know how much progress has been made. Yeah, not the best candidate. You got an F in your freshman year of college. Yeah. Oh man. Um, yeah. I mean, it's been pretty impressive what the bot has been made to do so far. Um, and I'm grateful for it. Like, there's just no way that this works with manual adjudication, and it's like really been a blessing for this particular niche of the internet. So yeah, thanks to everyone who upbuilt the bot. Um, I had another bot idea. Oh, I had another bot idea, which is to have it to have it work based on like a Google Sheet. So like every year would download the like to adjudicate you would like download this Google Sheet or like download the Google Sheet, manipulate it, and re-upload the Google Sheet. Um, and that way, like as someone trying to do analysis on the game, you could just do it in Google Sheets, right? Like it seems like a lot of the analysis. Oh, we're gonna have land, so I'm probably just gonna wait. Um, but yeah, for those of you in YouTube or who are subscribed, I suppose, um, you could have it upload to a Google Sheet, and that way people who are trying to do analysis on like what centers were gained or like what countries had what centers at the end of a game, or if the GM is trying to make a change or like fix misadjudication by the bot, it's very easy. Um, you just modify the Google Sheet, or you copy the Google Sheet and you um, do your analysis just in Google Sheets with it. So that seems like it would be a useful thing to do instead of trying to reconstruct this stuff from scratch. Um, yeah, and you also just have less of a dependency on the bot being down. You can have different instances of the bot run different games, stuff like that. Though I suppose you could do that with just a single bot, right? You could just have yeah. Anyway, so that's I think that's all that needs to be said about this phase. Let's pop open. Yeah, is it? Yeah, I think it is. Let's pop open the builds in 1644. Winter builds. All right, what's happening here? We're +2 because of the forward retreat into Ava. All right. Sorry about the ads. It's just Daddy Bezos wants his cut, and there's not a ton I can do about that. Um, I guess I could have chosen not to become an affiliate on Twitch, but I was swayed by the power of having emotes. And now I just must pay Bezos a tithe every month. All right. So Tokugawa's +4 here, which just is the bane of my life. They're just making a lot of progress here faster than I can. I'm +2. I see what they're +4. I'm like, all right, like I need to do something. I put down a fleet Beijing because I need to contest this, and I tell Tokugawa like, hey, I need to use this to disband the Shengjing fleet, and I don't think he buys this. I wouldn't buy it in their position either, but I don't know, just need to say something. And yeah, we are in Painland. So I think most of the rest of this game on this front is going to be me dipsy doodling centers with Ming and Ming and Tokugawa, and it's going to be the same centers over and over again. Um, yeah, it's not good. And the second build is Wu Chang because that's the only other build center I have open. Um, yeah, what else is going on? This Kolkata build. So yeah, this is where we saw the three armies here from Safavids, which got Mughals a little bit more on my side. Um, and then we saw the forward routine to Ava, which meant that I had some leverage over Ayu. And this Kolkata fleet, Ayu is pretty pissed about. I checked the press after the game, and it seemed like this was a point of contention between the Mughals and Ayu players. And I think this is where my fortunes start turning around in this region. What else is going on? This is an accident. I think that this build doesn't actually happen, and that's a bot error. The disband Madras, yeah. I think Portugal just gives up here. It's just too much. Tokugawa also messages you in Spain and tells us you should just give him the Philippines because we're getting too powerful. Yeah, that feels about right for Toku Press. This whole time, Tokugawa is just a very difficult person to press with. They make a lot of demands. I think it might be like a phase. It might be the fall of this year or sometime this year, where Tokugawa tells me that I should surrender all of Korea to them because it's impossible for me to hold Korea against Tokugawa, just in the long term, and so I should just give it up for no recompense. And at that point, I'm like, okay, like this person is like they're just gonna attack me over Korea because they have like a preconceived vision of what Tokugawa has to be. I think I don't know, maybe with this Beijing fleet, it's kind of a lot to make peace. I have 5 fleets at this point. I'm 5 fleet Ming. Why am I getting pings? Okay, good. I can ignore the pings. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't anything related to the stream. Yeah, so like 5 fleet Ming, I feel like that's kind of the point where Tokugawa kind of has to do something. Um, I think I saw some press where you were just like, "Hey, like Ming stabbed you. You should just go fight them now." And that's about what they did. Um, but yeah, the Tokugawa player was consistently very demanding. Demanding all of Manila is just wild, or all of Philippines is really wild. Like that's not that like I feel like that's very divorced from the board decision. Um, and like not to yeah, I don't want to brag on people too much. Especially people who like I just didn't have a great time with in this game. You end up in Edo. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I tried to convince him to disband. I think next year he's just going to disband. I tried to get him to do some like helpful disbands to get us unstuck, but it was just too late. But yeah, that fleet being in Edo was helpful for me later, so I appreciate that a lot. Um, but yeah, I guess like this player of this position was just very difficult to negotiate with, and they viewed all fleet builds as provocations, and so like at a certain point, like once you have enough fleets, you just have to keep building fleets, I think, and like the only way you're going to get out of it is overfleeting Tokugawa, which I don't know that it's going to work particularly well, but I think I was just like, all right, I'm just going to have to hold until like I don't know if the game goes long enough, Spain can blob and like take stuff, which like is not a reasonable take on the position at all. But yeah, at this point, I was like, my goal is just to hold until the end of the game. I don't have to hold forever. I just have to hold until like 1646 or something like that. And I'm good. Uh, yeah. So that is builds. Do we care about builds elsewhere? I don't care that much about builds elsewhere. Mandara army, that was cord apparently. Um, yeah, half an idea coming into the game to build fleets in Mexico City, West Coast, and Philippines to try to conquer Japan, so you're not far off. That's interesting. Um, yeah. Yeah, it feels like that's relatively sensible given like the rest of your position is pretty coherent with like we want NPO. Um, the Dutch being ended up being too weak and Ute shown too powerful to go for them. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The fact that Ute has consistently maintained this alliance with Atha, um, and they have both gone after Inuits, seems to have worked really well for the two of them. And yeah, if Ute is strong, you're not going to be able to flood fleets into PO. That's a shame. It would have been interesting to see. Sao Tome disbanded, so Congo would fight the Dutch. Yeah, yeah. I mean, you're never. Yeah. Did it work? I mean, we'll find out. Um, Cormont. Oh, Portuguese Cormonton. All right. Army Valencia. I don't know. Is this just like the friendliest way to build an army towards Fleet Marseille too? Okay. So I think at this point, like Spain and France must be having some sort of words. Um, or France is like, oh my god, like Marseille and Florence are on the chopping block. Yeah, yeah. Army Valencia was because we need security versus France. Yep, yep. Exactly. France is stabbing here. That makes a lot of sense. And well, like I guess I don't know if this was a stab or not, but this is like definitely at least in the spirit of like we need to check Spain here. Um, yeah. What else? Fleet Plymouth. Yeah, English Channel. Lol. Um, Poland, Sweden. The Gdansk fleet. This is the first fleet Poland has built in the north. After Mars is stabbed, Phil needed to get a coalition going against Spain. People would only go in if you showed willingness. Yeah. Okay. Um, at this point, you two are the contenders for the board top, right? Like, yeah, it's you two and then like Tokugawa. Um, and Tokugawa is so far behind. Bad for you that builds are before the break in. And yeah, yeah. So this is the halfway point. And then we got an hour to come back. So I imagine some people looked carefully at tactics this time. Yeah, yeah. Maybe what would be interesting is if you had to commit to builds, but they weren't like the map wasn't revealed until the hour break, um, and that way you don't get time to think about builds. You just enter like sealed moves basically. Um, yeah, let's pitch it. Let's pitch it in the Discord server and let's get it to happen. Or at least let's get Flair and Ellie's opinion about it. Um, I think it's nice. I think it's a little bit like against the spirit of Blitz to have to, you know, um, to be able to think for a move for like an hour. You found the guy who runs Blitz. Heck yeah. What do you think, KP? Billy sets it up and chooses the GM. Yeah. Hey, I'm glad you guys are here. So conversation's happening. We'll try it out. All right. The GM just needs to not post the map. Yeah, I mean there might be some like view order shenanigans or something like that, or like province info or something like that. Um, so I don't know if you need bot coding to like disable that, or you just have to lock orders and not adjudicate. Maybe you just have to not adjudicate. So that people can't, spam province info and figure out what you build. Okay, lock orders not adjudicate. Okay, yeah, that's sensible. Um, Army Gosute, Army Sutina. So, are we seeing a stab here? I mean, there's just a lot of. I mean, Sutina is just a really good build spot for Atha in general. Like, I think yeah. I mean, I think regardless of what Atha wants to do, they build Sutina, right? But like, I guess the question is what they want to do go into Assiniboine and Gros Ventres? To see the break before winter? Yeah, but then you get an hour to think about builds too, like what you want to build. Yeah. Yeah, like the point is that you don't get to think about anything for the hour. Like you have no choices about what to think about. I mean, we're not going to be able to stop people from thinking about just the position generally, but um, people are definitely going to be thrown for a loop by whatever happens with builds, and that will be less impactful. All right. So now we're done with the halfway point. Spring moves 1645. What happens? Yeah. So this is where this is the first time that Mughals is actually serious about a set of moves with me. They're like, don't tap any of my stuff. I'm going after Russia. And I'm like, yeah, yeah, freaking right, dude. Like, we're doing the same game, right? Like, we're just playing. And they're actually following through with like not attacking me here, right? They're not attacking Xining here. They backfill Bhutan. They lose Rinpumpa. No, they don't, right? Because this is tapped. They lose Kunming. I loses Kunming, and this is all agreed. So I would take Kunming, they would take Ava, uh, and that we would walk into each other here. This hold is in case they were working together because I didn't trust the two of them for Jack. You want to see Ava stay behind the line? Yeah, I was looking at like what province would be good to go to. So this is another thing where I just got like this is the kind of thing that like holding the builds and not adjudicating would not solve. Like back here, I spent a while thinking about what Ava would do. There are a bunch of provinces around here that just have a lot of supply centers next to each other. So like Thaton has four next to them. Lan Na has four next to them. Um, yeah, so I was considering moving to Thaton and just trying to pull like a cheeky retreat or just move somewhere and do a cheeky retreat, just to be annoying. But at this point, I didn't feel like I could trust the Mughals player, and Ayutthaya at least had held their end of the bargain once. Um, so I was somewhat inclined to work with them at least for the turn. And we'll see how long that lasts. um, yeah, this Portugal fleet is just doing Jack. Um, so Spain's kicking it out and starting to advance. And I think this might be around the point where I start encouraging Spain to go after Ayutthaya. Because also just I want to make progress. Like they can get dots, I can get dots, we can all get dots. It's good. Um, and I really just want to break up this Ayam Mughal, which has been really the bane of my existence this game. And I felt like Spain maybe could have done something here. I think in the end it doesn't come to much, just because it takes a while and a certain amount of commitment to get rid of Ayutthaya from this area before you can push, and we just kind of ran out of time for that. Um, yeah, this Portugal, like after I knocked them out of Macau, didn't press with me for like 5 hours. Um, we just didn't press with each other, and they just sat there like I don't know. They were like fighting Dutch for the first year, and then they went here, and I was like, "What do you want to do with Luzon?" And they're like, "Fight Spain." I was like, "All right, sounds good." I was like, "Why do they want to fight Spain?" And I looked here, and I was like, "Oh, they want to fight Spain. Gotcha." Uh, this was the first time I saw Europe in like 2 or 3 years, and I was like, "All right, this makes sense. I believe you." Um, and then they get knocked out into Formosa here, and then I think they just like core Formosa and chill, and nothing happens, because Tokugawa and I are just locked in this bounce over East China Sea for all time. We bounced Tsushima here, yeah. I'm making some slow progress, and they convoy into Hamgyong. And yeah, my position here, like, you can see that Qing is working against me now. I think this might be the last phase where there's any kind of serious stabbing happening between um, Tokugawa and Qing. And from here on out, Qing is just a Russian vassal, though he doesn't, you know, doesn't say it out loud, and working with Tokugawa against me, um, because I will be in their capital very shortly. Spoiler alert. Um, and again, they place a lot of strategic value on their capital. When I was like, "You're not going to win the game. Like the capital is just a core. Uh, like it's fine, but why are you building Shenzhen? Like stop building Shenzhen. I don't want you to build Shenzhen anyway. So like I don't know. Black Bomb hold a grudge. Yeah, yeah, that's Yeah, that seems consistent with my what I saw this game. It's crazy how the person you had the most trust with in this game was the Safavids, and you dotted Bandar Abbas in the first tier. Yeah, that's entertaining. Um, yeah, it was really surprising to me that I didn't see like attacks on Yarkhand or anything here. It just seemed like a trade. I don't know what kind of like cursed trade this is, right? But like, or maybe Russia's just giving up on Yarkhand and they're like, I'll support myself back in the fall. Okay, Artyma, this is probably a place where you could have some insight that I don't like. What is this? What is happening? Um, what is arranged? What is not arranged? Yeah, no, nothing to better to do, and the Spanish kept lying to us. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, what else? Um, I think if you had proposed going to Okinawa Trough and like sneaking a dot out of Tokugawa, I would have gone for it. For what it's worth. But also, we didn't talk at all about my relationship with Tokugawa here, um, so it's understandable. Splits. Yeah, that's reasonable. You want a better position to Southvids? Yeah, Yarkan doesn't help. Yeah, makes sense. Um, okay, and then you. So this part is arranged, and then Safavid's walking into Kabul. Is that arranged? With the Great Southern Border. Oh, oh, me and yeah, right. You saw this. This was your view of the world, right? The same way how like this was my view of the world, right? Just like up here, and I was like, I don't know what's going on with Safavids, and then Mughals was like, it's Safavids. Does not mean always. Yeah, yeah. If you look here, I mean, even if you look here, you might think that this is just bouncing. But at this point, the relationship between me and Tokugawa is just like really deteriorated. Um, this Beijing fleet pisses them off. And when I build another fleet, and they're just like really pissed off. Um, and at this point, they're kind of out of dots that they can gain from Qing. Um, and Qing is willing to vassalize themselves to Russia, so Russia's not interested in attacking. Um, and I don't really want these dots because if I take these dots, that's just going to put me in between Qing and Tokugawa and Russia, and I would rather them fight. And so Qing ends up just chilling here on like 2 or 3 dots for the whole game. Um, no one really wanted it. Um, Stab me here, since Russia and you are besties. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is Russia being anti-Safavid. Um, they have the fleet back out in Caspian Sea again. And so like every time Russia wants to make Safavids behave, they just retreat the fleet back to Astrakhan. And whenever Safavids misbehaves, they just put the fleet back out in Caspian Sea. Okay. What else is going on? India. Oh yeah, this is the point where this Kolkata fleet gets Ayutthaya upset. So they're fully working with me for this phase. They're working with England as well. You're letting them live in Rajamahendri. I imagine that this is so you can force it in the fall. Um, Bijapur so you can get Cochin. Sure, yeah, all this makes sense. Um, it looks like Portugal is losing Madras here. And okay, more Portugal and Netherlands entering each other's dots. Uh, this is just lost. I don't think it's a stab. Yeah, it's not a stab. What else? Nothing super interesting. Caspian Fleet, peak Russia gameplay. Yeah, it's interesting. It's really interesting. Um, okay, so Ajuran is getting Bera. That is that's interesting. I don't know that I would have done this as Congo. Especially, okay, so they're backfilling. Okay, so this is some kind of agreement where Ajuran gets Bunyoro and Congo gets Burundi. Um, okay. Okay, I assume that. Okay, I assume that Ajuran wants to work with them because of the threat from the Abyssinia player working with Ottomans now. Oh, and it happens again. These guys keep walking back and forth across this border. Hawara is gone again. Mara, okay, Mara's good. Okay, so Ottomans is doing all right. Um, what the heck is happening here? It's Portugal, Poland. Um, okay, so this is a support that France tried to offer Portugal, but it was declined in favor of supporting themselves in. Um, okay, yeah, and this is just disbanded. They just took the guarantee, I guess. No, it's not disbanded because they can retreat into Sarawi now. Damn. Maybe it would have been better just to leave it and not enter the support, right? Like just bounce St. Louis. Um, but I guess you can't really do that because you have to be worried about France attacking you with two. Uh, so maybe the move is, hmm, what do you have to do here? Do you have to tap Senegal here? Um, tap Senegal, tap Fulani, bounce St. Louis. They keep arguing? Yeah, they do. Um, yeah, I was trying to figure out whether there was a better line that could have forced disbanded this arguing army. Or well, like okay, the line is Tarawi supports Tichifin, right? That's just a disband. Um, instead of going for this, out in the fall you can do this, um, and you can tap Senegal, and you can support yourself into St. Louis as well. You were fairly convinced this colony was dead. Yeah, you just wanted to help Portugal get up to the northern Spanish dots. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Um, one Portugal player was opening to that, and the other was flaming Nancy. Which theater were they upset with you at, and which theater were they happy with you in? That is hilarious. Oh no, Blitz, the holds. This is a commentator moment. I bet you Aeolus was like exasperated just looking at this. I can hear the commentators' voices. Um, this is a convoy to Normandy. Oh, they wanted England. The convoy what? Uh, are we convoying like an Inuit unit? Oh, a southern unit in West Africa. This guy. Oh, you have this. Oh, you have this Corman to Normandy convoy entered. Okay. Oh, by. Okay, and your partner didn't follow through with it, and England didn't follow through with it either. Okay, I understand now. God, that would have been glorious. You stole SAO1, yeah. Hey, what can I say? Blitz, Blitz. Um, what else is going on? The story of the Mapuche armies walking northward. Oh my gosh, I need to like. There's like two modes that I can zoom in. So one is this like binary mode where I can like zoom in and zoom out. Um, and the other mode is this scroll I can do on my mouse pad. And I never know which I have done and not done. So sorry if I cause you great pain with my zooms. You bounce against you an NEO. Ah, okay. Oh no, Portugal is moving away. Yeah, Mapuche is ending ending Aymara and making their way up. But yeah, this is still looking peaceful for now. Um, Rio de Janeiro is lost. Yeah, this was just guaranteed. Yeah, Conco dots Moritstad. Oh, this is still spring, but Sebastião is guaranteed always. So that's very cheeky. Um, so what is happening here? I haven't been paying quite enough attention to the Caribbean. I just saw like a lot of bounces in Havana early, and now there are things that I can't really read. Um, it seems like the general way this is going is England. Oh, and the stab. Oh, and the stab. Um, England against England and France. Are England and France working together? The Dutch move. Which Dutch move? This one? I feel like they were going to stab you regardless, or like fight you regardless, right? This is just a guarantee. They wouldn't have taken Bahia before. Oh, Bahia. I see. Okay, so before this, yeah. Um, okay, but like, okay, England is covering Antigua here, right? So it's not. It's clearly not full trust. Um, we're in ad land again, so let's look at NA because there's probably not that much interesting happening here. Inuit and France working together. Cheeky Arctic Ocean convoy to tap Nome. Which does save them Chukchi, I guess, for what it's worth. Um, I guess this is a Blitz misorder. They were meant to keep bouncing. Um, so I took off. Um, Anna guaranteed. Anna is a really strong space. Um, if you have it as Atha, it's reasonable to hold, and you can try to make guesses for improvement. And if France has it, you are just toast um, in the long term. I This border, like as Atha, pushing France here is really hard. Just the geometry of these tiles. You have like two units that can meaningfully do things, and France can just put a ton of units against this line. Um, so if France is working with England here, it's just impossible. That's basically the line I got stuck with in B1S, um, where France just had a ton of units here and just didn't. There was just nothing I could do besides hold. But yeah, this Ute stab. It seemed like the moment they're gonna pick up. I mean, Kato's also such a good square. I mean, they're picking up Apache this turn. I don't think they're picking up anything else. They'll get into Sonora um, this year. Though I don't know, like if I'm the Spanish player here, um, maybe I just like walk out of Nueva in an attempt to get a build, like a cheeky build. If I think I'm getting builds, I mean that's risky as hell, but like as you, I might also want to just go for the guaranteed progress, right? Um, and Apache is forced regardless. All right, let's see whether that prediction comes true. I have no idea. It's a mystery. Um, what else? Europe, I think, is the last area we haven't looked at. Convoy to London, glorious. Convoy to London. Oh no. Yeah, and all these units are like, I can't do anything because of the convoy. Oh no, this is an NMR. Oh, this is the England player, like, NMRing. The only move was the non-convoy. Brutal. Um, Ottomans. Yeah, Ottomans we talked about walking back here. They're working with Poland against Austria now. That's a nice flip. And okay, Safavids are not going to Smyrna. Okay. I mean, like, Smyrna's just lost regardless, right? All of this is just lost for Ottomans. I think as Ottomans, you just don't have a defensive line past a certain point. It's pretty brutal. Like, if anyone gets into Trebizond, you have a really hard time unless you've really stacked. Unless you've stacked enough armies here. Um, and if they get into Baghdad, like, it's just so over for your units here. Um, there's just so many provinces where you can, like, it's very hard to stop this. Um, maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm overselling it, right? Because you can. This is like a very single. This is a long single province. Like, you can't put too many units through here at a time. But I think unless you have units here as Ottomans, and I think oftentimes you don't because the centers are all down here, you just get walked in on in the back. Yeah, I think, like, at this point, like, there's just no line that will hold you against Safavids anymore. And if you can't hold against Safavids, like, all of this is just gone. Um, I don't know if you can survive in Arabia. I don't think you can really survive as, like, a maybe it's like a 2 or 3 center power here. I'm thinking about this because I was the Ottomans player for a very brief time in B1N, um, and in that position was very clearly dead. I think King of Prussia was Aymara in that game. Um, it's the only person who wasn't directly next to me who actually, like, pressed me, which was interesting. Oh, and yeah, yeah. Um, rip, rip Ottomans. Uh, Anything else of interest? Otherwise, we move on. I think we move on. Let's try to make some faster progress to the next few. Fall moves. 1645. Yeah, so this is the part where I just go into defensive mode. Um, this is like, I know at this point that Qing is a Russian vassal. They're just letting Russia walk into all of their dots, and you know, okay, helping Inuit into Toku dots, fine. Um, Toku does pick up Nivix, but I think Toku's actually down for the year, so they lose 1-2, and they gain Nivix, and I get Shangjang. I think they asked me to support them to Shangjang, and I was like, dude, I don't know what you think I'm getting out of fighting Qing if it's not Shangjang. So I just said yes and stabbed them because I just there was nothing for me to gain from working with Ayutai anymore after with Tokugawa after this stuff anymore. Oh, this is the Ayutai NMR turn. Yeah, yeah. Um, yeah. Let's talk about this. So this is the turn. Like, Mughals and I had this discussion about turning around after the phase where Safavids had 3 armies here. But now, uh, like, I think it really starts happening that Mughals and I start working together. So, like, forcing Kabul here is really big. Um, they have to work out of Yarkand to do it, which is unfortunate, but them's the breaks. Forcing not forcing Rajmahendri. Ayutthaya NMR, yes. I don't know whether Ayutthaya would have worked with me or not. They seemed genuinely upset that I was working against them in Hanoi after the NMR. Um, but yeah, as you can see, like I Mughals and I had a discussion about how we would leave each other alone. I took it not seriously at all, and I just dotted them for Ringpongpa, and I took Hanoi um, off of Ayu, and then why did I go to Hokkien? I think I wanted to force disband this army in Guangxi at some point, so I was like, I need to have a unit in Macau, or I needed to. How is this going to work? I needed to be able to take Macau back next year. I was worried about Ayu dotting me. Um, yeah, but this is just a really brutal turn to NMR. You dotted port again, yeah, guaranteed. Well, not guaranteed. They tried to hold Maldives against France. Um, what? Oh no, you didn't. Oh, the double support into Sumatra, probably for INO2 is what I'm reading, and the Dutch player just didn't. It was Blitz. Um, yeah, it was rough. It was rough for Portugal. Um, okay, so it seems like Spain and the Dutch are legitimately fighting now. It seems like they've mostly been working together against Portugal, and this thing with Danny does not seem arranged. Are you offered support into Maldives and then NMR? No. Oh, brutal, brutal. Yeah, I'm sure the commentators are going to have, or will have had a lot to say about this Aitai NMR and what it did for the game. Um, but it turned a position where I was definitely long term dead. Like, I think there's no two ways around me losing ground here. Um, Toku can just throw more units here faster than anyone else can get around to it. And like Spain is vacating NPO. Like I'm not getting help. Um, hey, what KOP? There was a dot. What about the dot? This wasn't a dot. Okay. Uh, and ribbing. Um, oh, that was salt. Okay, that was salt. I thought salt was the one doing all this stabbing. Oh, I think salt is in charge of this and this, I guess, and then King of Prussia is in charge of this. Salt didn't go for this. Okay, salt is everywhere except for the Americas. Yeah, yeah. I asked him to go for 8-0 in every turn, and he goes for it. I just totally missed that this was even possible. Just a guaranteed, not a guaranteed dot take, but yeah, interesting. And yeah, this also kind of hurt because this army came to Kyushu, or this fleet came to Kyushu. Um, and here's where I have like a pretty after this phase, I have a pretty like long discussion with Tokugawa about, hey, you're going -1. Um, can you please disband one of these units next to me? I will stop building fleets. Like I'll go the other way. Like I have other problems. You're looking at Ayutthaya. I have gains elsewhere. Like I don't need to do this. And they were like, no, give me Korea. And I was like, okay, that's how this is gonna go. And we fought a lot for the rest of the game. Um, I think my inability to get fleets into Yellow Sea and East China Sea is really killer for me here. I think Ming really wants these two provinces. Um, if you have Yellow and East China, you're always threatening these dots, um, and you have convoys. You have a lot of options that you just don't have in my position. So maybe that's something for me to learn for future games. I mean, I don't think I'm ever going to play this position again. I'd just rather do something different, right? Just variety. But yeah, I guess that's an interesting positional note. Like you really want this. You really want this tile, and this tile. Uh, yeah, Another thing that's been plaguing me this whole game is that for every fall phase, I've had a unit in Hainan. So I haven't been able to build fleets here either, which is something I have wanted to do. And then I've been doing nonsense instead, like building armies in Wuchang or whatever, because that's the only place I have. Yeah, so we do a Stipsy Doodle. I'm like, I give up Hohut for Lost and I take Shangjiang. I stab Tokugawa here. And yeah, that's about this theater. Here, Mughals is really annoyed about this dot. I think Artyma sent me like a all caps message that is like, would you just like fight the people you're actually at war with? Um, Portuguese core there that could build for you. Yeah, but you know what's better in a Portuguese core is a dot. Um, I'm sorry about the dot, but yeah, I think that me stabbing you in the first year there was not out of any like misplay or lack of press from you. Um, it was a combination of the Dutch saying that they wanted Okinawa and Ching being all in on the Eastern Triple, making me feel like I didn't need to commit the second fleet to get Hanyang. Um, and it just was like, all right, that's the remaining option. Honestly, I don't think begging would have saved you there. Like, maybe would have what would have saved you would be you telling me that you were interested in like full inting or full sending the Netherlands, and yeah, would that have saved you? Yeah, maybe if I thought you were going to, yeah, yeah. So if you had told me like, hey, I'm going to go after the Netherlands, I'm going to try to dot for Formosa in the first year, then I would have tried to bounce Dutch out of Okinawa, um, and then I would have you would have kept the Macau dot. Yeah. Um, so yeah, after this we have this like conversation between Mughals and I, and he's like, "Will you stop dotting me?" And I'm like, "Fine, you're not in Sangpa anymore, right?" Which was like the main thing that was like kind of giving me pressure here. Um, so I agree to this, and we actually just follow through for most of the rest of the game, um, and we just end up splitting Ayutthaya. Um, there's just there's a lot of dots here, and there's not a lot of dots here. So yeah, that was a move. I was talking to Sam before this game about this position, and I think she thinks I was a little too passive here. So we'll have to watch out for that. But we'll see whether they were good stab opportunities against the Mughals. What else? Convoy Fleet Caspian. Oh, I love this. Very cheeky. Just not even touching Derbent because you assume that it's going to get supported in, so that you can do this because they can't backfill. This is such a glorious move. Look at this. Look at these. Look at this play. This is like peak. This is king. Like you know they can't backfill, and you know that they need to move out of Tabriz to hold it, so you convoy in. Yeah, this is another Caspian CW. Uh, all right, bouncing here. Yeah, this is all lost in the long term. Um, Awara does the Dipsy Doodle. Oh, and you dot Cairo. Yeah, and Sicily. All right, the hammer is coming down. Um, you lose Naples, but there was not much to do about that. And these units. Oh, did you convoy unit back into? No, you always had this unit from fighting Portugal. I see. And this was some like don't touch me or like I'm moving this way kind of move. Yeah. So to Navarre. Uh, yeah. Russia popped up with tactics. Yeah. Spain just managed to walk over both European fronts. Yeah, they had a really good stab on you with the bounce and Canaries, the taking over Bot and Porto, and they had a they just had really the upper hand from the beginning on Ottomans after the bounce in Naples and the take of Tunis with the convoy. That move was really brutal. You screwed up your orders. What did you intend to do, Meme? What? Oh, God. Okay, you were trying to guarantee that you got into Aquitaine, and then you covered Nantes against the Portuguese instead? Yeah. Get into Plymouth the dot. Getting into the dot. Uh, yeah, this is rough. They can't force Aquitaine though, right? That's a good thing. Oh, and but all of these units are bouncing on Dijon. Oh my god. Yeah, that's really brutal. Um, Plymouth is natural expansion. Um, yeah, I think if Portugal gets NAO control, I feel like it's not crazy unreasonable for Portugal to end up with this if England is like dead. Um, and like I noticed a suspicious lack of English fleets in like this area, you know. Oh, it was absolutely sarcasm. Yeah, but I don't know. Maybe my I'm looking at the world through B1S tinted glasses, where just like Portugal eats everything. Portugal gets all the dots all the time, and yeah, maybe I should adjust my expectations to not have everything just be like everything always just goes the way that would be good for Portugal. Um, yeah. Um, Austria stabbing Poland. I don't think that there's that much interesting to say here. It looks like there was some blitz here. Kiev went to Jassy instead of Kiev, and these units supported it to Jassy, to Kiev. Um, all right, time to look at the half of the world that I never looked at. Actually, is there anything interesting going on here? Oh, I'm interested in this. Um, Spain and France working together. The core and arguing for the memes. Yeah, yeah. I mean, you're
Oh,
trying, but it's
so
over.
this
Oh, hey,
this point, Spain was like, "Oh, we bounced you."
oh, bounce you where?
Sorry, they tapped Bay of They were fighting the French like everywhere. They didn't bounce. I meant they tapped the Bay thing. I think I'm having delay problems. Give me a second. There we go. Oh wait, actually push to talk on for
Yeah,
you.
yeah. I got push to talk on now.
All right. Yeah, they tapped that, and then later they were like, I don't actually know why I did that. I just put in the order.
Aw, yeah.
That was rough.
Hey, Providence, you know, um, or anti-Providence, depending on which point of view you're looking at. Okay, so Portugal is actually, sorry, Poland is playing a pretty good game here in the West African Thunderdome.
Yeah, there was a point, I think it was around here where they could have advanced, or it might have been a little bit ago, but they could have advanced against the Dutch, and instead of doing that, they held, waited for the Dutch to get into position, and then stabbed us instead.
Oh man, yeah, that's just rough. Yeah, Cormonton was here, though. I don't think that they would expect Cormonton to be here, right? Like, this feels like just a gratuitous tap, but yeah, I don't know. Um, okay, so that works out for the French duo. He offered support for Poland to St. Louis here. Ah, but they didn't take it. Okay, so this is just Poland working with Portugal. This is just Poland working with Portugal here. Um, they could have dotted for St. Louis and Cormonton. Um, though I don't know, like, what's the path forward for this Fulani army? Are you disbanding or are you building this year? Yeah, Murphy's Law. I mean, I would believe it here, um, because it doesn't seem like there's much else for Lonnie to do. Like, I guess if you think that Portugal is stabbing you in turn, okay, yeah, you'd ask Poland to blow up Fulani as soon as possible, blow up France. Yeah, yeah, that seems like the play. Um, yeah, hey, at least you kept arguing. Uh, you kept on arguing. I don't know. I'm not good at puns. I can't come up with a good one for arguing right now. Um, somehow, yes. Okay, I have a hard stop in 3.5 hours, and well, before that, I'm supposed to meet people for board games at 6, and I would like to just go like cook something before then, so I can show up not empty-handed. So we should proceed quickly through this. Um, okay, and the hammer gets dropped on Portugal. +3 from Mapuche. Sad times all around. Um, I think they do get into Rio de Janeiro. They get Rio de Janeiro back. They lose Bahia, and yeah, yeah. This is just brutal. Okay, Firebender is memeing, and is out of the game. Yeah, it's just guaranteed that he's out. Look, North Atlantic. This is the turn. Bartlett and Bermuda, nice. Oh, and this was the Plymouth turn too. You pulled 3 off of England. Solid, solid. A plus. Seal of approval from someone who's bad at this game, but seal of approval nonetheless. Um, what was this Inuit convoy? I assume Portugal had some hand in this, or maybe it was Blitz. Saying that Mapuche stepped for 3. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. You didn't get any builds out of it because of that. All right. What else is going on? Uh, French Caracas taking Baracoa. All right. EF versus Spain. Long line from Nascapi. Oh, so this is the convoy. Right. I should have looked at that. To the outback. Oh, it's just memeing. I mean, I don't know if Inuit entered the convoy move on the fleet too, just to you know uh, increase the meme value, but this is a pretty good one. All right, Atha and Ute. Atha and France bounced in the center. No, they supported them in and then tried to bounce themselves out. Okay, it's not a good turn for the French moves, unfortunately. Um, for Spain supporting Ute into a French occupied dot, which is not taken. And okay, this is never going to work, right? This is just a tap. Yeah, I think nothing too much to see here. Um, yeah, Collingwood gets forced. All right, cool. Next phase. All right, builds. So I'm building. Toku's disbanding. I spent a while trying to get Toku to disband one of Kyushu and Tsushima, and he disbands MPO3, and that's the end of our relationship. Frankly, it's just war from here. Um, I build Army Beijing for the first time. I think why did I build this? I wanted to push Ji Li so I could get Ho Ho back. Um, but like I don't know. Looking at how I got pressed by the fleets from Toku here. Maybe Fleet Beijing would have been better. Yeah, Edo is gone this year, I think. Um, oh yeah, and look at this retreat. So the fall moves here. Bamo gets forced out of Bamo and retreats to Kunming. So he keeps Kunming and now has a unit in it too, which is annoying. But yeah, at this point, I think Ayutthaya with these fleets here has sufficiently annoyed Mughal that we're just going to be on side. Yeah, what else? Any interesting builds? Fleet of Metabad. Saying that wrong. It's Ahmedabad. Yeah, Ottomans getting Ottoman. Army Marseille, yeah. Feels necessary. Yeah, and like here this whole time, like we haven't really been talking about it, but after the year one gank on Russia, like Sweden, Poland, uh, Ottomans, Safavids, Qing, quintuple gank on Russia. Everyone pretty much turned around, right? Like there's been some dipsy doodle here, and some dipsy doodle like over here, but Qing is now just a Russian vassal, and like Russia's really back in this, like up to 21 centers now, which is like pretty great considering how bad the beginning of this game went. So yeah, lots of builds from Russia. Fleet Japuyan, love to see it. All right, yeah. Nothing too crazy here. 1646. Safavids allied Russia hard, and then Russia stabbed them with like 2 years to go. Is this the phase? What is happening here? Or are you talking about the Tabriz convoy? Oh, they tried to put Tabriz in Derbent, and it braced. God damn it, another ad break. Here, this is cut, and that's cut, so no one makes any progress. Who's going to Agra? Hudson Bay to Agra. Cool. Oh, you get to walk into Madurai too. Dude, like, you're getting to walk into all of these dots. Every time there's a free dot, it's just like, you're right next to it. um, yeah, what a good turn. And yeah, the forever bounce in Maldives. Sports from Dutch this time. And Mapuche sleeps, yeah, sneaking back in the Dutch backline. Oh yeah, what is Ayutthaya doing here? Oh, he just left. He just evacuated Bay of Bengal. But why? Did you cut a deal with him? You asked nicely. Oh, well, more power for you. You need a fleet for anti-England. Okay. And they ignored the existence of the Orisan province. Or maybe you told them that you were going to Orisan and then like asked them to evacuate. I don't know. But like the NMR and them moving away here, like you now have like, well, you're not going to get Pegu this year, right? But you have a lot of position that you didn't have before. You can build another fleet. I get put into Kunming, and this is tapped, right? So there's one support here, and I'm holding from Hainan. So this holds, and Guangxi gets popped, I think. And yeah, now it's just so over. It's just so over for Ayutthaya. Oh, Spain supported themselves into Bay of Tonkin. I wonder if they thought that I would try to bounce it or something. I feel like we hadn't talked about tactics at all at this point. Um, yeah, I think if we had negotiated, I'd have been like, I'm not going to Bay of Tonkin, just tap Van Rang or something like that. But alas, Blitz. Yeah, so here's where I regretted not having the second fleet in Beijing, right? I couldn't bounce Yellow Sea and East China Sea. Um, so now Tokugawa gets into East China Sea. And this is like a trend that we'll start to see, like Tokugawa slowly being able to push me. Um, Spain sending one message the whole game, they just went anti-IU on their own. Yeah, I think Spain was not really telling me a lot of anti-IU things, but I think I just looked at the board. I was like, all right, I can ask them to go to Fenrang or whatever, and they're like, yeah, we're going to Fenrang. I'm like, great, sounds good, sounds good. We both have the same thoughts about the board. Too many centers to have time to negotiate. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's the nature of 41 centers. Like entering 20 moves is like half the phase. Just to think about tactics. If you're pure gunboat, um, and like pressing with people is just really hard. Yeah. So Dutch is actually consolidating this area well, except for this Coral Sea intrusion. This Coral Sea province feels very, very important for this area. It's like next to all the dots, 5 dots, and yeah, you want it. It's good. So don't don't not have it. Um, yeah. Okay. So what else is going on? Um, this was a convoy. I think this is a Dutch stab on the Spanish, like with a proposed convoy to like Malay or Nakhon Si or Cambodia or something that they just never followed through on. Um, okay. What else is going on? We're popping this. They told you about that. Yeah. Um, yeah. So here, Ching tries to give me a deal where they support me into Haishenwai and I give them Shengjing back. I don't know why I would ever accept this deal because Haishenwai just gets taken by Tokugawa in the fall in 100% of scenarios. Um, so I just stab. uh, yeah, I think I lose Pyongyang here. That was supposed to be convoy to Fan Rang. Gotcha. Oh, and they didn't even enter the second order. Rip. Um, yeah. And here, Russia sneaks into Gansu. And like it's a theme for the rest of the game. Like they don't actually do it, but like, are you gonna dot me? Where I'm gonna dot me? You have to like constantly just be watching for Gansu. And eventually they do go back because Safavids gets strong enough. What else? England's just like I'm out. I guess this is like angling for Andamans here and just giving things up to you. Giving things up to the Mughal player. I don't really know. Um, okay. South Africa is very boring. Um, yeah, this is all stasis. They were kind of trolling with fleets at the end. Okay. Okay. Yeah, they're just like I'm done. I'm checked out. Um, yeah, that's fair with the way this has gone. Here's where Portugal gets stabbed, I guess. They do accept the support into St. Louis this time, and walking to Ulata and Cormonton. So, um, okay, and I expect we're going to be seeing the disband Fulani sometime soon. Um, though I don't know if that's going to work if they can just retreat into like Mali or whatever, right? Because then they just get a build anyway. So, rip arguing, yes. We're no longer arguing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and they get into Aquitaine. I think that the border is just super hard to push now. Um, maybe you can. It just feels very, very hard. If anyone's going to be making progress across this border, it's really slow. And no one's in Biscay either, so um, there will be no like extra taps of like Navarre or things to get you into Barcelona. Okay, so like caution between these two powers now. It's no longer just we'll go do things elsewhere. We have enough dots that we can just man the border. Anything else of interest? Chaos. Like there's so many colors. I don't understand. Um, this is all just stasis. Russia gets forced out of Constantinople by Poland, and Austria is walking into Sarajevo and rotating around to push south. Yeah, this feels like an Austria-Poland détente, right? Um, okay. And Plymouth survives. I love it. And Ireland is gone. Is Ireland gone? Yeah, Ireland is gone if they support themselves in from Raqqa. Okay. The Americas. The same alliances, yeah. Firebender is dead, so we're just holding. This is a brace? No, it's not. Okay, Madeira. So Spain and the Dutch are fighting, but I think this is goes along with the stab here, right? Um, though they don't dot Tripoli. I guess they're worried about Poland. Yeah. Wait, how many? How did this happen? One, two, three, four, five. 5 dots? With like 6 dots with 3 units? How was this managed? Were they just disbanding
It
a
was
lot?
so absurd. I was like, what is happening? The Dutch. The Dutch.
Yeah, I don't. They have
They
six
just had
units.
so many centers there.
And where are their spare? Where are their spare units? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. One, two, three, four, five, six. Okay, one extra unit there. Uh, an extra unit in the Americas. And one, two, three, four, five, six. To one, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Oh, and there's 2 more INO fleets. Oh, they're just very overloaded on Indonesia. Um, they just dotted, yeah, yeah, because the Ottomans walked out of, yeah, they walked. Ottomans went Timbuktu to Hogar, right? Because they were trying to get back here, and okay, I guess they just followed. Um, and like on 21, on 22 centers, like I don't think they were building that much this game, right? So maybe they just didn't have the opportunity after year one to like build a bunch more units here. But even then, like 3 units, this is your starting complement of units, right? Like, did they just really never build in West Africa? I mean, now we gotta. They didn't build. They didn't build. They built a fleet. And they didn't build. Wow. Okay. That is wild. That is absolutely wild. Yeah, yeah. They skipped a ton of builds and just nothing happened. Um, Dutch in B1.1 map noises. Do I care about anything that happened in NA? Okay, whatever. I don't care about this at all. Um, Toku just held here? Sure. They did not take the dot that they saw. Yeah, this is relatively successful. Yeah, I think if okay, we're no one's playing B1.1 anymore, right? But I think this bounce in Lopez Bay in Spring '01 is really the move. Um, I think it just removes a lot of the incentive for Congo to you. Like they can still go to Loango or whatever, but like then it starts feeling like a much more typical spite move. That you would make an O1 to screw with a neighbor rather than actually sound strategy, which I felt like if they don't go to Lopez Bay, just going to Lopez Bay and Loango is just good. um, yeah. Okay, let's look to fall of 1646. All right. What is happening? So now, yeah, they're just Qing and Tokugawa are working together, and you can see that in the supports here. Everyone and their mother wants to take Shengjing, and I'm just like, I can't hold this. I'm not going to try to hold it. I support myself to Ho, and well, they didn't support themselves in Ho, and even if they did, I put 3 on it, so I got it. Uh, yeah, Gansu was worried about Yarkhan, so it's fine. And here's where, yeah, like it's just so over for Ayu here. They're covering Pegu because they're worried about the Mughal stat. But yeah, there's just nothing to do at this point. Yeah, I guess you could have dotted me here. Where is Sam thinking that I went too soft on the Mughals? Like here? Did I for not dotting Kathmandu? I don't feel like that's a real call. Yeah, there were a bunch of tactics around like taking Cambodia and Ayutthaya and Phan Rang here, and Salt was asking for things, and I was like, I don't know, I have other stuff to do. Um, but I think in general we were just very friendly. So I think neither of us were particularly upset or inclined to go after each other because we just saw dots. Move Sanpa pretty early. Like Ming sends a unit to Sanpa. Interesting. I don't think I ever entered Sanpa this game. Um, yeah, maybe that was just like a spot that I didn't see, right? That Ming wants to press this way. I don't know. Like, I guess you need help from Safavids, right? Otherwise, you're just walking in with one unit and you have nothing. Shining to Sangpa, Spring 02. Huh. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. What happened Spring 02? Oh, I moved back. Yeah, because of these builds and me not trusting Jing and wanting Ho-Ho, something like that. Yeah, we could have bounced here if you wanted, I guess, or if I wanted. Would have been fine. I think I regretted not doing this bounce at the end. Okay. Uh I'm like pretty mindful about the pace now because I'm running out of time. Um Tbilisi lost. Another Russian juke with the tactics, right? Getting into Tehran here. Getting into Bukhara. Oh my god. Bukhara, Tehran, Derbent, Tbilisi, and they lose Tabriz for it. Yeah. Um they kind of lose out over here, but yeah, what are you gonna do? Do they get Kiev? No, they don't, right? Because Volhynia is support, but they do get Achakiv. Yeah, we're just pressing everywhere now, and Sweden seems to be very much on their side. Though I don't know. I guess this is a statement of neutrality. Yeah, very. This feels arranged. Um, what else? Support hold to course. Yeah, everyone is just trying not to get attacked across this border. Um, Rip Naples. Yeah, this was set by Austria and Spain to force Naples. Okay. Plymouth exists still. And is support holding London? Glorious. Uh, yeah, solid. Very good. I approve. What's going on in Africa? We're all just entering the same moves. Kind of chilling and sitting here. Waiting for the end of the game. This seemed like a stab of some sort. No, Ajuran supported this in. Okay. Huh. Why did Ajuran support this in? Because they wanted like one less army on the. Yeah, I guess because the alternative is like running into the neutrals here and hitting and taking these home centers. And that feels really brutal for Ajuran to deal with because they're not getting builds anywhere else, are they? Oh wait, this is not a hold. France is working with Congo. Beira is Congolese now. Okay. Um, what is France getting? I don't know. Maybe just the player who's next to them who wasn't angry. Um, I would be very impressed if like Meme was still here after like 5 hours of commentary. uh, oh, you're still here. France is not getting attacked by Congo. Okay, okay. Oh, you want to keep this? Yeah. And you're just like, let's just be friends until we have a game here. Have a dot. Um, okay. But you also didn't cover Sakalava to do that. Um, you're still here. Yes, I am impressed. Um, hopefully, it has been sufficiently entertaining and interesting to look at the rest of the board where you were not present. Moving Muchapa out. Muchapa moving it. Yeah. Oh, you don't want them in Delagoa. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This is what I missed. Um, yeah. I guess if you really want to fight them, you can just move to Delagoa and be like, I cover Sakalava. No one touch me. Um, and then you can put them in the spring of next year. I don't really know. By tapping from Sakalava. But this is fine too. Like it's gonna have the same result. Um, and Congo's probably been happier with you here. You've been really enjoying this. Oh, it's good to hear. I appreciate that you enjoyed it. I've really enjoyed it too. It's been really fun having folks in the game jump in like Portugal and Voice and you and Mughals and who else was here? Um, KOP was here for a bit. Yeah, it's been very entertaining. Um, I was a little bit afraid when I started doing this that the outcome would be me talking to myself for a long time, and I'm very glad that people are here. It's made this a lot more fun. Okay, so yeah, I think at this point, like, I think Mapuche is one of these powers where like you get to like 12 centers, and it's like Turkey, you just get out of the box and you just attack everyone. Like, who does Mapuche not need to attack? Like, Mapuche can go attack the Dutch, and they could have gone and tried to like dot something here. I don't know, and they can fight all of these fronts all at once. You've been around, but less tuned in too. Hey, Russia. Hey, casual. Yeah, I need to go read your Void. I've read everyone else's Void but yours so far, and I saw some very interesting RP in there, so I'm excited to go read that after this. I might not do that today because I've spent close to 5 hours talking about diplomacy at this point. Um, yeah, so maybe that's a next time thing. But I'm very much looking forward to it, and yeah, thank you for the impressive voting, and yeah, it was fun playing with you. You're just generally a very pleasant person to be around. So yeah. Is there anything interesting happening in the Americas besides just Mapuche running over everyone? I think Mapuche is this way and Atha is this way. Like, if you let Mapuche or Atha get to like 12 or 15 centers, they can just attack everyone and be fine. Um, yeah. I'm really curious about the Gorani changes. This happens to be your fourth diplomacy game ever and first Blitz game ever. Heck yeah. Um, I have played like a half dozen games of Blitz, mostly on the Diplostrats server, like Diplostrats tournament and random games that they're hosting. And then B1S was my first full game of diplomacy, and I was in that for a month or two, and then B1N for a very brief moment in time, and now this. So yeah, also a relatively new player, but I think that's very common among folks who are playing in this community. It's very large, and there's a lot of new folks brought in by Diplostrats. I don't know if Velfisk has not done any um, diplomacy videos, so or Imperial Diplomacy videos. I don't think so. Yeah, but yeah, there's been a big influx here, so I think a lot of us are just going to be new. Um, there's some Dipsy Doodle here. Inuit dots Ute for a Lutz Ute. I'm going to keep getting it wrong. I've decided that this is not that interesting. Veilfist, Duplistrats, Imdid Pipeline. Yeah, that's the thing that I was trying to say, but never quite getting around to. Also, Rip Broadalid. I'm sorry, Portugal. It was glorious while it lasted. Inuit stab you. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. I caught on at the same time, but like it was forced. Like, was it really? um, I guess they could have gone for Gobdab as well, but I guess they wanted to prioritize their capital here, which I can't really fault them for. They tapped this, and did they tap? Oh, England tapped this Ute unit. Okay, so this was England saying like, "Hey, I'll get into Arctic and I'll let you force a calculate. You just go deal with Broadalid and you get it done." Yeah, brutal. All right, last year of builds. I think 1647 is the last year of the game here. Final winter, yeah. All right, so this is the final year of the game. Um, I put another fleet down in Beijing because they're in Yellow Sea. I think I should have just put one in last year. This is clearly a mistake. Just like I think Xining was a mistake. This was a mistake. This was like a year two thing, right? Not going back for Xining. This was a mistake. There might have been a tactical mistake or two here or something. I don't know. But I think these two were the big ones. Yeah. Oh yeah. And I missed it. I can't believe I missed it. Need I say more? Ah, good old salt. Actually, I would make this play too. I wouldn't. I don't know why I'm saying good old salt, but when salt does it, there's just something a little extra special about it. Um, yeah, and this is Toko's going +2 here, but they spend their +2 on getting back Edo. So I don't have to deal with extra builds from Tokugawa for the rest of the game. So yeah, both fleets here, and they're just going to support themselves into Edo. So yes, thank you for this salt. I appreciate it a lot. Um, yeah, fleet here because it's the only center I have open. That's also interesting. I just keep having. Oh, I could have built Wuchang too, but I didn't. I don't know. I didn't bother. I just felt like this was more important to not collapse here. What else? Yeah, friendly disbands to Dutch. I just told Ayutthaya that I was fine with them being alive and I didn't want to kill them. And then I proceeded to kill them because the tactics were just like too good for me to kill them to not kill them. I think this happened fairly often in this game. I like did all my press with people and then like went to enter my moves and I was like, wait, I could gunboat. I could just enter better tactics than what I agreed to people with. And yeah, I think that was like at least half of the stabs here. Um, yeah, what else? More armies here. Nothing to really write home about. Those are the build centers that are open. I guess not Kolkata or whatever. I don't know. I think this unit ends up dotting me because I'm not careful. Anything else interesting in builds? Yeah, Portugal is like, yeah, I'm done with West Africa. That's very, very reasonable. What is this comeback? How do you still have two in West Africa? I don't understand this wizardry meme. Congo Cabo Verde, as is only the truth. All true maps have Congo Cabo Verde. Um, Portugal, just chilling in Plymouth. Pure luck. Yeah. I mean, yeah. It was good. It was good. I guess this is an English stab. What dots can you even get with this? Can you get Portland? Kind of. I don't know what to do sack does. I guess it prevents you from getting dotted over here. That's what it does. Uh, you disbanding Bogota. I guess this is the I want Galapagos at the end of the game move, or I just want Mapuche to screw off. Yeah. Um, all right. You have to build everywhere. Oh, right. There. Um, there. That was already full. Wow. Portugal out here, like, wouldn't it be so sad if I could only like be running out of like centers to build in, man? I just what would that be like? I mean, did you go more positive than Portugal has dots? Oh man. All right. That was 1646, so we want to look for 1647. Let's look at the tactics here. I lose Pyongyang here to a bad guess, or maybe I think I couldn't hold both. But I do force yellow. Um, yeah, because I can only support. Uh, this can support this. Oh, this could have supported this, right? And I no, these are both getting tapped, so I can only enter one support. So one of these is forced. There was nothing I could do, and there's no bracing. Oh, there was bracing. I could have supported Fusan out to Yellow Sea with Beijing, and Hanyang support hold Pyongyang. That would be the order set that would counter this. Um, but that's also a guess, right? Like, because if they go in from Tsushima, then they just walk into Fusan. We're in an ad break, so no one's looking at my tactics. Um, yeah, they're not taking the stop now because they want to see what you do. Yeah, I just have a oh, wait. I'll just wait the 5 seconds for the ad break to be over, and I'll just start talking again. Okay, ad break over. So normal stuff is happening. This is getting forced out. I was thinking a little bit about the tactics here. This is only holdable in this scenario if I have Fusan get supported out to Yellow Sea to brace, and then have Hanyang support hold Pyongyang. But I don't think it's reasonable because Tsushima could also be walking in here, or there's just too many things to guess on, right? Tsushima could walk in. Tsushima could support Pyongyang, and that's just gone. Um, yeah, so I'm on the losing end of this, right? So this is what I was saying about like this army in Gili not being helpful. Um, like it really hasn't done much. It got here. I got kicked out of Shengjing. Um, like what did it do in fall? Yeah, it supported me here, which I didn't need. Um, and then here it supports me here, which I didn't need again. Um, like it just wasn't a good unit. I should have just kept building fleets. And I would have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 8 armies. I could have been 7 army and 7 fleet Ming. Truly glorious. Um, yeah. All right, so we're in yellow. We get Shangjing back. We lose Pyongyang. Um, Here, Ching tells me that they want to send all of our units to Paris for the last phase of the game, and they stab me. So that was exciting. Um, this is like not really agreed, but we're just like whatever. And I walk into Ayutthaya Dots. Ayutthaya is just guessing at this point. There's nothing they can do. Um, like they could have entered from South China, but then Cambodia could have been tapped. Like there are just too many guesses. Um, they just guessed wrong here. They go for the Dutch, but it holds. Yeah, the Dutch are just slowly pressing on Spain here. Okay, avoiding the dots getting stolen. Yeah, just very much last minute dot grabbing, which Mughals was incredibly successful in, and Artyma did the same thing in B1S2. We just grabbed like 7 dots in the last year and shot us up the rankings to right behind Spain, um, for like a close third place. Um, okay, what? So they're all fighting? No, it's Mughals and Russia against Safavids. You beat Spain. You beat Spain? No, I think there was a retreat at the end. I remember looking at that too. I saw a map at the end of the game. Um, Maps. Final map. We're in third here, but I think before the retreats, yeah, I think the Spain retreated into a dot and clutched us. They're at 45 here, and then here they're at 46. So it was very close. Yeah, I know. What will we have to brag about now? Okay, back to the game that we are supposed to be talking about. Um, so last minute dot grabbing here. I think it's just Mughals Russia to the end. This has been in stasis for a very long time. This is a 4-unit support and a 4-unit. Yeah. Oh, this gets tapped. So they get into Kiev. Okay, so the Sweden Russia is making slow progress. This is a brace. The fact that you're an Aegean and Levantine at the end of the game, that the Spanish are in there, was just gross. What an amazing start to the Med, and like it never stopped being amazing for them, honestly. Um, ooh, this is spicy. Okay, so this is so that if Gulf of Leon gets tapped, that this is still in a support and attack. That is a very cool tactic. Do they get in? They do get in, but they lose course for it. Okay, and they can walk into Valencia now, so that's just a guaranteed. That's a dot trade basically. Losing Florence, yeah, I'm shocked that Florence held for all this time. Um, ah, the Portuguese fleet in Plymouth never ceases to be amusing. I think Russia. I think the theater is just boring. It's boring at this point. A Rome, yeah. Oh, they built a Rome. Oh, because they cored it. Damn. Yeah, that's a good build. Austria's like been doing well. Austria's been doing reasonably well. I mean, okay, 12. I think I'm on 14, but like this is pretty solid. I don't don't feel like I was like any hot shit for this game. I was doing okay in the long term, maybe. I don't know. I was losing all this, but I think Austria has better long term prospects than me. Yeah, this is good. Okay, I'm with that. Uh, there are just so few units in Africa. I feel like there should be more units in Africa. I don't know what happened. This continues. Um, we're just chilling. No one's going after Sakalava. We don't want it. Why did they not go after Sakalava? What is this unit doing? Is it avoiding something going into the home centers? Well, Sakalava is guaranteed here, right? So it doesn't matter, but I assume that they were scared about, like, some movement into their home centers here. Setting up a meme convoy. Okay. Alright, I'll wait for the last phase, and I'll see what happened. Okay. Walking into Wallada. Yeah, three unit Dutch, doing it again, getting another dot. Though this is a forward retreat that's really nice. Let's see, ruins the meme convoy by changing your orders. Oh. Boo. We don't have to root for Ezio, he's not here. Alright, New World. Alright, checks notes. Mapuche running over more people. Seems good. Yep. Yep, seems about right. This vassal army here, solid. This is fun while this is happening. Yeah. But also like Blitz. Okay, Spain is getting pushed back. Yeah, it seems like there's just been a big Dutch-Spanish war at the end of this. Once Aymara died, I guess, there were just more units around. I don't know. I mean, the Dutch weren't really fighting Aymara, were they? France died here. Well, they're around, but they migrated north. Huh. I don't know. Maybe that's something you could tell me about, Meme. Like, what's when did it all fall apart with the Dutch? I guess there's just too much to fight over. There's Indonesia to fight over. There's this to fight over. I mean, there might have been this to fight over if you ever got to it. In the last phase. Oh no, that was at the convoy. Um, all right, cool. Caribbean things happening. Coring Nueva for the memes. Right, because they didn't want to retreat into Nueva. But this is also bad, right? Because you just get a retreat into Sonora, and you have to cover. Well, I don't think they can get any dots. They can just cover everything. Yeah, yeah, I feel that. That is extremely fair. Oh, yep, and the French stab with the builds. Oh, wait. Why did I thought you were Spain for a second. You guys are in France. Yeah. I have no expectation that you are keeping track of what's going on over there. Convoy. I guess this is Inuit and Atha trusting each other? Why? I guess they're just chilling. I mean, this support doesn't do anything, right? Like it's they wanted to defend against a supported attack, and I don't know, maybe Inuit just read it well. Who knows? He bounced. Oh no! Whoops! Whoops! As has been said many times in the stream before, Blitz. Blitz be like. Okay. Yeah. Solid this braces. No, it just gets in, right? This taps this, this taps this. You lose Ojikri. You make it into Ojibwe, and you make it in here. But wait, how does this work? These are tapped. Wait, this is not tapped. So these two brace. These two brace. And you do make it into Iowa. Fighting your own damn country. I mean, when you have 40 units, I don't know. You could split your country into two and have them fight each other, and they would both be stronger than all of the regionals. Yeah, even Mapuche. Oh, Russia, sure. Okay. What have we not talked about at this point for this set of moves? I think we've covered everything. Let's go to the final phase of the game. All right. Final phase. I tap Tsushima and support myself in. Ah, but this is tapped. So I don't, yeah, so these are both tapped. So I was never getting Pyongyang back. Yep. Another lovely dot to munch on for the Spanish. I bounce Toku out of Shenzhen because, you know, Qing is telling me that they want to spend all of our units on this meme sending to Paris. And they sent Heilongjiang to Paris, and they attack me in Hohod. So I just lose a dot out of that. And then here, I don't know why I self-bounce myself, but also like Blitz. But I lose Kunming out of that too. Yeah, so I'm just -2 from what I could have been at the end of the game. I just trusted them because they just wanted to meme. They were like, I just want to meme. I want to send all my units to Paris. Yeah, exactly, the meme bluff, exactly. Uh, yeah, and I fell for it, so so be it. Somewhat entertainingly, if they had not been memeing and they had not sent Heilongjiang to Paris, we could have supported ourselves here and they could have walked into Haishanwai. They could have walked into Haishanwai. And they would have been, well, it would have been the same number of dots for them. Yeah. I think at this point they're just working with Toku. I was not working with Toku. I told the Spanish players this at some point, like, I was like, wow, this Toku player is incredibly annoying. This press is just terrible. And then KOP was like, oh yeah, in B1E I was Russia and this Toku player was Sweden. And in that game, KOP at some point just mutes the press channel that he has with Sweden. You finally get a dot. I know, it's blessed. Okinawa. Top notch. But yeah, like this press was just so awful that I just kind of gave up and gunboated at the end. Dansu, yeah. This is for color purposes. What else? I support Tavoy in exchange for being support held by Ava. So that Ayutthaya wouldn't attack me. And then here, I think Ayutthaya NMRs in the retreats. And I didn't pay attention to that, and I got stabbed. And I just put him into this dot anyway. But like, look at all these dots that Mughals is getting. Tavoy, Kunming, Rajmahendri, they walk into Madras for free. They don't walk into Cochin. And they get Herat. And I guess they're not getting Yarkand, are they? But yeah, just so many dots in the last minute. They just jumped the leaderboard. What else? Oh, this is entertaining. The Dutch IU self-bounce or supported self-bounce. Supported bounce. There's no self involved here. In the Maldives. You do get Yarkand. Oh, because Russia taps Hisar. Yeah. You want +8. Yeah, it was wild. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Where's the 8th one? Oh, let's see, change the orders. You wanted to convoy Ajuran to Maha. Oh. We thought, I know. Gotcha. Just like a little like loop-de-loop. That would have been really funny. Yeah. Okay, 8 build 7 centers. Yeah. Wild. Um. Yep. Mapuche just getting walked away from. Uh. Mapuche getting centers. Yeah. This all holds. Oh, Spain and Dutch working together to pull Caracas out. I guess like at this point, like it's just Spain and France for the board top. So um, anything goes, I think. Um, what else? Dotting Kachaba. Yeah, this okay. This tap, very good. We're all friends in Spain. We dot Aquala because why? Oh, they were worried about Toku going to Yokuts. Okay. Yeah, I think this is the approach of like I can't cover all of this, so let me just try to cover other things, which I feel is very reasonable. Um, this, I guess, if you tap this, it's fine. You can just core and it's fine. It's a good meme. But I guess they could have supported themselves in and bounced this, right? Like that was not this was not a French center at the end of the game by any means. Oh, walking into all of these English dots. All right, how did I miss that? Oh, there you go. Slip into Mohawk and Massachusetts Bay. Did Inuit support you? Yeah, Inuit supported you into Salic here? Huh. Okay, I'm not gonna look at these meme like orders from across the board. It's gonna drive me insane. Uh, all right, yeah, and you do get into Barcelona, and you try the Valencia thing, and yeah, this is just this guarantees saves everything. Um, you you get course back? No, yeah, you get course back because Austria is helping you. They're also fighting you here. Um, Austria taps Austria. Love to see it, but they do get Athens, and Poland gets kicked out here too by Spain. Spanish Smyrna. Let's go. Oh, and the walk into Baghdad. I guess it doesn't actually do anything, right? It's the same number of units either way. The same number of dots for Russia either way. Um, there are too many colors on too many units on centers of opposite colors here. What is happening? We talked about the Mughal stuff. Um, Blitz supporting a moving unit. Not that it would have worked because of goaded Caspian Sea again. Yeah, this forces to Briz. So they forced to Briz and they forced Bukhara and they got you to keep Yarkand. Wow, Safavids got ruined at the end of this. That was all. I talked to them about making sure you were ahead of Spain. Yeah, yeah. It seemed like you had a fairly friendly relationship from the times that I was looking over there. There was like, okay, there was a little bit of fighting here. Um, I don't know how much of this is arranged, but it never felt like this border moved a ton. Okay, you got Freiburg at some point. I do remember that. It's a variant, but it is not VDIP's ugly map, so you assume that this is a custom-made UI. Um, yeah, so I this is Imperial Diplomacy, and there's like a custom bot and a custom like SVG that they use, and the adjudicator will like output an SVG with all of these moves on it. Yeah, okay. Anything else? Africa? It's a really beautiful map. It's really well done. Yeah, you cover Sakalava. Yeah, Africa got very, very stable at a certain point, I guess. Not much was happening. Oh, do you hold on? You keep Nyani, and you keep Timbuktu. You're still on two in West Africa at the end of this. I don't. That's just a miracle. I Yeah. There's really nothing else to say about that. Oh, the Dutch take another unit, another two centers. Um, this taps this, right? So this is just popped. Oh no, this retreats to Titchip, but it doesn't matter. Um, so Dutch at the end of this with four units in West Africa has one, two, three, four, five, six, seven dots. Just cracked. All right, lots of obligatory bouncing and tapping. That was supposed to be you, yeah. That was that was the dream. Um, Rest in Sarawi, Tichet, and Mandan. And Algarve, the last remains of Portuguese hope. Okay, well, I think that's the end of it. We've reached the end of the game. Um, if you have watched this far on YouTube, I don't know what to say. Um, I hope you I don't know. I'm about to say something rather rude, so let me not say that. I'm sure you're very well adjusted, um, just like me. uh, yeah. So I'll up this. Upload this to YouTube at some point, probably tonight. Um, Thanks all for joining. Thanks to Portugal and yeah, Grim Grief for Portugal, CaptainMeme on France, KOP on Spain, Casual on Russia, Artyma on Mughals. Thanks to everyone who showed up. Um, it was it was a lot of fun getting to chat with you guys about this. I had way more fun than I expected, and I expected to have a decent amount of fun. Um, so yeah, much appreciated. I will catch you next time. Um, KOP is talking about running a Blitz game in a week or two. I don't. I might need a longer recharge time before playing another game of this. That's like all day. Uh, but I will certainly see you again on in the Imp server, and in other places on the internet too. Um, yeah, I what else? I will post the link to the YouTube video in the Diplomacy server and in my server. Yeah, oh, thank you for following. Oh, thank you for redeeming the hydrate. That wasn't a follow anyways. My throat is very dry. You hope to make it in the next one? All right. Yes. All the best for being in the next one. Look, Mom, I'm on TV. Thank you for commentating. Yes. Much appreciated. Thanks everyone for being here. Yeah. Bye bye.